Когда мы выходим на берег, то девочки радостно стонут, и мы начинаем рассказывать про разные трудности моря. Но хватит, забыла сирена, и мы быстро прыгаем в воду. Мы жить не привыкли на суше, мы любим нырять и купаться. Аквалангисты — это хорошо, да! И взрослые знают, и дети, мы радость творим на планете. Аквалангисты — это не игра! Меня укусила акула, тебя укусила акула, ее укусила акула, да нас всех укусила акула. Аквалангисты — это не игра!
It may sound familiar to some people, but then again, I may or may not tell you about it later. Anyway, good evening, afternoon, or whatever time of the day it is in your part of the world. And tonight, as promised, we are going back to Shadowrun Hong Kong. The end approaches, and as noted, we gotta ask ourselves, can you kill a god? Because, well, Yama Kings, for all intents and purposes, are gods. Let's just quickly adjust. Should be appearing right about now. There we go. Now then, let's see. Where were we last time? Over here. So, Charles, tell me, how much are you familiar with the Southeast Asian mythology? Or, I suppose, just Chinese mythology, actually, because we are going up against the Yama King. And they are very, very nasty. The rules lawyers to a degree. A natural degree. And so, in order to effectively dispose of them, we're gonna need to trip them up. Make them trip up on a technicality. Five people, all reeking of Triad, huddled together next to your crew, muttering among themselves and pointing at the towering slum. One of them notices you and pats another on the chest and with the back of his hand. It's the man who's been guarding the walled city entrance since you arrived in Haoi. He acknowledges you, a look of doomed determination on his face. Mrs. Cheng sends her regards. She told us to keep an eye on you. Whatever she wants is gonna have to wait. We're heading into the walled city. His eyes flick to the fleeing throng and back. So are we. Mrs. Cheng wants to know what the hell is going on in there. She sent us to find out and report back to her. Cheng's soldier's hands shake. He sees you notice them and pulls them behind his back. She said us that if we saw you heading in there, we should go with you. We'd have a better chance of staying alive. Good. We need all the guns we can get. The soldier nods in appreciation. Just tell us what you need. This is our shot at distinguishing ourselves. Show Auntie that we have what it takes to rise in the organization. The soldier looks sidelong at his friends. It may be our best chance to provide for our families. The group of Triads nod to each other in forlorn unity as they take in the panic around them. The storm, the flood of people, the towering tenement, and something else. A wave of something emanating from within. Do you feel that? Gobbet holds her stomach. Madness and Folly squeak with their disapproval. It's like the world city's bad breath or something. She groans. It's disgusting. I feel, I don't know, unclean just looking at the place. Like life has no value or something. Like there's just no point to anything. That's the toxic chi, and it is exactly the point. We need to get rid of it. Fix it at the source. If I can. Raven stares at the walled city, taking it in for the first time. The breath hitches in his chest, but the old man grits his teeth in grim determination. The fortune engine is located at the heart of the walled city. That's where I need to go. I'll drop a marker in the center of the walled city and everyone's PDA val. We should be able to weave our way through it to the machine. Raymond's the key to this whole thing. I want him protected. I'll put some body armor under his clothing. That'll stop a 45 at close range. We can also take advantage of the chaos. It may cover our approach in case someone is trying to stop us. Good idea. We should split up too. Keep Raymond back, out of harm's way. Look around, Gansho. This whole place is in harm's way. It'll be safer if we split up. Val leads some of us to clean the way to the machine. Auntie's men can follow with the rest of us, escorting Raymond once the way is secure. Well, yeah, they did have a game set in Germany. It was the previous game, in fact, Shadowrun Dragonfall. And it was set in Berlin Flux State. You kinda missed the time when I was streaming that one. Sorry. It's thin, but it's a plan. We improvise from there. Both teams, use your comm to stay in touch. We have no idea what we're gonna face in there. I will be right behind you, Valerie. Take care of yourself. You be careful too, Dad. Raymond holds your eye with a look of gratitude. The time for timidity is over. No more cowardice. It's time for me to finally take action. He exhales softly and stares at the walled city, unflinching. This is the end of prosperity. Make your way into the heart of walled city. Before we do that, I don't suppose there is anything we can do. Any final minute preparations, that is. Or maybe funny bits of lore that we can read up on. Let's see. New messages? No. Shadowrun BBS? Also no. How much money do I have right now? 1,217. That's not gonna account for much. And 6 karma to spend. Not on charisma. Maybe on intelligence. But no. That's kind of wasted. And yeah, you are late for this one new round. A little bit. But never mind that. What matters is that you are here, and we are in a circle of friends. Just like we are about to be once we head out into the walled city. So I think for this one we actually take Gaichu, Rector, and I'm thinking Duncan. Got sidetracked by someone? Understandable. The typhoon pours down as the Triad soldiers fan out in front of you, leading the way into Kowloon Walled City. Raymond shuffles along, alert and intent. Although exhausted by all that has gone on, he drives himself forward and will not accept help from anyone. Wu watches the windows and rooftops, his rifle never leaving his shoulder. He occasionally risks a glance at his foster father, concern, frustration, and anger playing over his face like a slideshow. The walled city is worse than in your first visit. Even with the rain, you can feel something in the air. It's thicker now and it clings to your skin like invisible filth. The miserable noises of slum life are gone, replaced by something worse. The sounds of death. The sounds of fear. As you round a corner, the group stops before heading in deeper. As for me, what do I have? Trauma kit, Force to Earth Elemental Fetish, Premium Medkit, Shamanic Salve, 1 Flashbang, and 1 Nitro. I can hold on to that one, maybe change out the Sandblaster for, what do we have? Remington 990 with a Smart Link. Definitely more damage and more cap, so I think it might be worthwhile. Ah, data jack required, I see. We do have this Steyr Augs, also CSL. Does it also need a Smart Link? It doesn't. Then again, I'm not a street samurai, so we'll just stick with the Sandblaster. Gaichu has his bloodthirsty katana. That's all he needs in terms of weapons. Maybe I can give him... not the Remington, the Steyr. Ah, range combat 4 required, so that's not for him. Okay. In that case, I can give him at least a flashbang, advanced medkit, and a gold trauma kit. Rector got his own tools, specifically Cavalier Deputy, Drone BNR kit, and Koshei itself. 2 repair kits, 1 premium medkit. I think we can also stick out on 1 advanced medkit, plus... no, not Kamikaze, but possibly Hyper X. And Duncan. Now Duncan can grab... no, not Remington 990, Steyr. Come to think of it, nobody in our team besides Isabel can reliably use the Remington. And she already has her mini grenade launcher, so that one's kinda moot. Now, I think we're ready. The inner walled city. What you've seen in your dreams feels tame by comparison. The atmosphere is humid with the oppressive weight of despair. You can feel it breathing down on your shoulders, whispering for you to give up, lie down, and wait for your miserable fate. Your skin feels oily and unclean. We're finally here. Finally past the trash heap that encrusts this place. Raymond reaches out and touches a Duraplast wall. The paint has long since chipped away, but what remains is enough to tell you that you are looking at the original exterior of Kowloon Walled City. It looks much sturdier than the ramshackle construction that has grown up around it. This is what Mother and I built, what was supposed to help people. All that we wanted was to help. Very poetic. Now let's move. I'm done with the talking. I don't want to spend a second longer in this place than I have to. The Yellow Lotus 49er scans the horizon, his head on a swivel. He's full of the frenetic energy that can only come from pure terror and combat stims. Raymond doesn't move. He stands there staring at the painted section of wall to his left. Tracing his gaze, you can see what he's looking at. It's faint, but it's there. A faded stamp of the Tseng Mechanical Services logo. Even this is a nightmare now. Decrepit and rotten and falling apart. It was supposed to be a good place. A safe place. Yeah, well, it isn't. And we all know whose fault is that, don't we? Her eyes flash daggers at your adoptive father. She wears her hate like a mask. Raymond looks down on Isabel, expressionless. Yes, and that is why I have to fix it. You need to clear me a path to the sarcophagus that surrounds the fortune engine. It will be at the center of all of this. Please, please help me fix this. I can't do it by myself. That's the plan. He reaches a hand toward you, but pulls it back with a pained expression. Thank you. Clear a path, Seattle. I'll go with Kindly's B team and look after Ray. We'll take him down side streets and stick to the shadows until it's safe for us to regroup. Godspeed. Just do what Red tells you to do. You'll be fine. I'd wish you luck, but that seems to be like an empty gesture considering the whole bad luck machine thing. But hey, you know, break a leg. Get him there safe. We need him. Come on, Val. Let's go. What do we have here? Stop right there. A group of Yellow Lotus 49ers is holding this entrance. Their leader, a dumpy female elf with chipped teeth and a bouffant hairdo, stumbles toward you. You drop your guns and get down on the floor! She shakes her head from side to side as if trying to clear it. A pair of bloodshot eyes roll in their sockets without reason or purpose. Drop everything or we'll gut you like pigs! You're from the Lotus Den, aren't you? Strangler Bao is on my side. Bao! Bao! She gestures wildly with her rifle. A thin stream of blood traces its way from her left nostril down to her mouth. His time is done! Our new queen has shown us the way! Screaming unintelligibly, she launches herself at you. Her cohort follows behind, swinging their weapons wildly and howling for blood. Well, looks like the Yama King is starting to drive people insane. Lovely. We got what do we have? A sniper, 2 soldiers, and a mage. Well, you know what they say, right? Geek the mage first. And another one. Very nice, Gaichu. Very nice indeed. That's what we keep you around for, after all. And what else do we have? Yeah, let's give a try to chain lightning. You'll love to see it. Especially once it starts eating up AP. And I think we're gonna go melee on Cachet for this one, so... what was it? Kneecap. On that soldier. Plus... Sawblade arm. Oh, how could you miss that? I'm a little disappointed in you, but... you have your reasons. Gun show here. I'm thinking we can place him right here, sure. That should be enough to start laying into that soldier. Grenade, grenade. There's the sniper fire. Neutrals all scatter, as expected. Very good of them. Now, first things first, heal myself up. Have a mana ball. And have fun with that one. Got you. Cut down that mage. Thank you. And switch over to the sniper. You're a beast in close combat, and that's what I love to see. Manual focusing on Crochet. And I should be able to cut them all down. Let's see, smack. Rip and tear. And another smack on that soldier. Come on, there we go. Shift position, full auto in here. There we go, trace around. Now you should be a little easier to hit. Especially from behind. And final. Okay, Crochet then, please. There we go. Anyone else looking for a fight? Don't think so. What do we have here? Turret System Center. Dr. Rector, any thoughts on this setup? It is rudimentary, poorly secured. Shoddy handiwork all around. To be fair, this shouldn't come as a surprise, given how quickly Tseng's people must have thrown this up. Now, if they were really smart, they would have What I meant was, can you do something to make it so that this turret doesn't shoot us in the face? Yes, of course. Rewiring it to unleash hell on the Tseng security forces will be a trivial matter. Wouldn't take me 5 minutes. Would you like me to do that? Do it. A few moments later, Rector has the turret rewired. If any Tseng security personnel show their faces, it will fire on them instead of you. Speaking of... Tseng Recon Commando over here. Let's try and convince this man to be reasonable. Whoa, hold on there. Tseng Corporations has limited inner-city access to Tseng personnel only. No pedestrians. If you don't take kindly to the idea of an early death, I suggest you hightail it out of here. Nothing but help at this point anyway. Why are all the locals out in the streets? It's for their safety. The city is drowning in astral energy, and we can't effectively monitor everyone if they're cut off from us and lurking behind closed doors. Can't select this option for some reason. Alright, whatever works, I guess. Could you be more specific? What's past there? Nothing you're permitted to see. Hear you loud and clear, no entry. And I won't repeat myself, now clear out. So before we go in there guns blazing, let's take a quick look around. Give it now or you die. A lithe orc with a prominent jaw stands here, growling. Her neck tattoos mark her as a red pole in a yellow lotus, and the patches on her vest call her out as a resident of the Lotus Den. 5 will get you 10 that were looking at Bao's replacement. A smaller, lankier man cowers before her, his hands clasped in supplication. A group of Yellow Lotus 49ers stand clustered around them, smirking, their weapons drawn. The Triad Ganger leans forward, puffing out her chest and flexing. Her muscles bulge. You heard me, dog. You wanna live, you give me this shit. Otherwise I'm gonna rip off your fingers and shove them down your throat. The street shaman's eyes dart from Ganger to Ganger before coming back to the rest on the red pole. Please, Son, I can't give you what you're looking for. There are plenty of people in the walled city who have a lot more to steal than I... She begins to stalk forward. With each step, she counts down. 5, 4, 3... He raises his hands, bows his head. Look, I don't want any trouble. I've got no quarrel with you, and I don't have any... 2... Leave the man alone. Song sneers at you, her lips curling into an arrogant smile. You know what's good for you? You'll turn and run. Your call. Take another look. I'm packing more heat than you are. She stares at you for a long moment and the sneer falls off her face. She raises her hands in a placating gesture. Alright. You're right, but I don't want to pick a fight with you. Wouldn't do anybody any good to turn this block into a war zone. But that asshole has something that I want, and I always get what I want. If you're looking for an easy meet, I've got a better target for you. There's a Tsang security guard just over there, alone and outgunned. Guard? That guy? She jabs her thumb in the direction of the Tsang cordon. What makes you think I'd want to tangle with him? The street shaman cuts in. What do you think? Gear, man. If you think that I'm worth robbing, just imagine what you can pull off of him. Alright, yeah. That's an interesting proposition, but what about the turret that he's standing beside? It'll cut my people in half. I've already disabled it. You've got nothing to worry about. Alright. Okay. That's good. You came prepared. She nods slowly, licks her lips. Good. Good. We can handle one sad lost corp guard. You don't know the walled city. He's just a little pig stuffed into a ballistic cloth suit. Song looks back at the gangers around her, smiling. Come on, everybody. We are gonna do this one like we did the last. I've got first dibs on his gun and his shoes. Best of luck. Move it, boys. As for you, street shaman, thank you for your help. But what are you doing in the walled city at a time like this? He looks you up and down, and his hand unconsciously rises to stroke his beard as his thoughts churn. I'm here on business. I see. Enough about me. What's your name? I'm sorry, but now isn't the time for us to be sharing personal details. Don't worry, I'm not asking you for your bank codes or anything. I'd just like to know who I helped is all. My name's Val. He looks uneasy and shifts his weight from one foot to the other. After a moment, he cracks a small smile and sighs. I suppose you're right, but I appreciate what you did for me. I'm Dimalanta. It's nice to meet you. I didn't mean to come off as rude, it's just... I've been in the walled city for some time. Everything here is so under the radar and I needed to disappear. Not too long ago I discovered a bounty on my head. Don't ask why, couldn't tell you. Don't know. But I've already run into one or too many runners who've jumped at the chance to try and turn me in. So you understand my caution. I'm in a pinch. No, more like a vice. I've made it my mission to bring down the corpse, but with this bounty on my head it's getting harder and harder to dodge the people who want to cash me in. That's why I'm here in this shithole of a city. The corporations have to pay for what they've done. Please, don't turn me in. As far as I'm concerned, we've never met. You can see his whole body relax as relief floods through him. He musters a tired smile. Thanks, stranger. Seen anything strange? Now that you mention it, I noticed the locals acting sort of off. Some are wandering around in a daze, others are having tantrums, and a few of them were even wailing on officers like crazed animals. I thought they might be pissed about their homes being invaded, but there's something in their eyes. No, it's probably nothing. City's under fire. People are probably just confused and lashing out. Still, be careful around the civilians. They're strung pretty tight right now. Looks like you're packing quite a few items there. I'm looking to buy. Can I see what you've got? Go ahead. At this point, they're all mostly liabilities. You could help me out by lightening the load. What do you got? 3 gold trauma kits, 3 regular kits, some advanced and basic med kits. Nothing too interesting. You know anything about what's happening into the city? Not much. Just that things are bleak and I'm doing my best to stay out of it. But there are Tsang officers, triads, and residents everywhere. It's like swimming through people's soup. But I don't know why. I just know that something big must be going on to warrant all this madness. Well, you stay safe out there. We are gonna go and help out that Gengar. Because of course we do. Three of them. Everyone in position. Yeah, looks like you're an adept. Even if they got a mage with them, the turret makes this a little easier. Let me just double check something. Sounds like it started raining outside once again. Tonight's been a bit of a... Not even tonight. Today's been a bit of a rainy day. All for the best, since it is, after all, middle of summer, so rain is sorely needed. Especially now. Now then, where was I? Right. I think we can get into position. No, not here. Over here would be good. Now, Duncan. Show me your cold. Also, why are you holding your baton when you should be... No, that's just those lines which I've misinterpreted. Anyone else you can get from here? Does not look like it. At least Guy Chu can get up close and personal with that mage. Unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. I think you can get one from here. Very good. Those tracer rounds certainly help. One more shot is all we need. Like that. You guys have fun with your picks. Before we go in, let's see if there's anything else down here. There is. Medical vendor, local grocer. Let's see here. A tall, well-groomed man with jet black hair leans casually against his fruit stand. His hard features suggest that he hasn't smiled in a long time, but his demeanor isn't cold, only cautious. He appears less interested in watching his wares and more interested in watching people. The man sees you approach and speaks his inflection smooth and careful, not at all like a fruit vendor's. Fresh fruit. You here to buy? Looking right, it's coming in heavy. I highly doubt that. At least it hasn't picked up for now. The town's on the hills, so usually the rains all pass us by or don't stay here for long. We'll see how it goes. You're a runner. I can tell by how you hold yourself. He studiously observes your surroundings before returning to his gaze to you. Name's Yang, but people around here call me Steel Drake. I'm trying to stay on the down low, so I'd appreciate if you keep your voice down. Let's not make our backgrounds public knowledge, alright? Why lay low? I just pulled a job, but I'm still under some heat. Got to clean the new yen and fence some of the gear I'd nabbed. Walled City is the best way to do that, and stay out of sight. Advanced goods, huh? Let's set the produce aside and take a look at what you've got. A moment. I only sell my best goods to like-minded individuals, and I believe you're deserving of such. He turns to his stand and with a click hits a hidden switch. What originally appeared to be a bin of apples now slowly slides up from the counter, revealing just beneath the counter a handful of guns, explosives, and other wicked gadgets. Just what I needed. Let's have a look. What do you have? Remington Room Sweeper, Savalet Guardian, with and without Smart Link, Browning Max Power with a Smart Link, Cavalier Deputy, Ares Predator, Browning Max Power. No, nothing that we haven't seen. There's Colt Cobra TZ-110, Ingram Smart Gun, Uzi 3, Beretta Model 70. There's the Remington 990 that we have, but can't use. Romanian counties you border under code range for orange for heavy rain. Well, that's nice. Outfits. Refurbished UCAS shock gear. Ares operative gear outside of our range. And for consumables, how about some flashbangs? Got any good stuff? Esprit flashbang grenade. Well, the best one we got is he got his Knight Errant flashbang grenades. I'll take 2 and 2 Cavalier frag grenades. Like that. Who's gonna carry them, you're asking? Well, I'm gonna give at least 1 Knight Errant flashbang to Rector. And that should be it. The rest will go into the stash. Take your time. So, what do you need? Heading out. As for you, medical vendor, a scrawny woman in ill-fitting clothing stares at you, sizing you up. She clutches a bulging plastic grocery bag to her chest. You got new yen? Need meds? I've got drugs and need new yen. Maybe we can make a deal. Alright, show me what you've got. Same as before. You should probably get out of here. Bad things are going down and it's gonna get dangerous. That isn't news. It's always dangerous in the walled city. If you're smart, you'll walk out of here right now. Come back in a couple of days if you want, but trust me, you need to clear out for the time being. I can't leave. I have nowhere else to go. Even if I did go wandering around outside, I'd probably either get sent back or killed. Outsiders don't like us much. I know the walled city. I know how to lay low. I'm gonna hang right here and I'm gonna be fine. Have it your way, but don't say that I didn't warn you. I won't. Now, you want meds or not? It's quality stuff, straight from the Lotus Den. I got jabs, I got inhalers, I got pills. Not in the mood. I gotta go. Time to enter the mid-ring of the walled city. Your comlink buzzes. It's Raymond. Still alive. Valerie, what's your status? Your mother set up a cordon around the inner walled city. We just got through. Cordon? Oh my. How did you get through? We had to take them down. Too much. Too much loss of life because of me. It was unfortunate, but unavoidable. Please, try to avoid more casualties. You need to be careful. The nearer you draw to the fortune engine, the worse the astral disruptions will become. And make sure that when you reach... The call cuts out. No, no, no! Did that sound important to you? Because that sounded absolutely fucking necessary to me. Can we re-establish contact? Duncan runs a hand through his hair in frustration but relents. At this point, the only thing we can do is move forward. So let's get to it. The walled city's mid-ring stands tall before you. It looks even worse than what you just trekked through. A jumbled nightmare of crumbling buildings and exposed wires. A terrible sense of déjà vu washes over you. You put one foot in front of the other and press further inside. Okay, no combat right away. That's good, but That didn't sound encouraging. Looks like a bit of an altercation between crazed residents and Tseng security, so before we go that way... Well then... Our first demon encounter. Everyone, into position please, and let's open up. Duncan, will you be so kind as to nail it? You did. Wonderful. We even got a karma point out of it. Which means we did the right thing. Now let's see if we can defuse the situation here. The crowd is in a frenzy. They're shouting, screaming at the Tseng security officers who blocked their progress. A dead body lies in a rapidly expanding pool of blood at their feet. The gloves are off. They've already killed a man. This is gonna get ugly in a second. To hell with it. A burst of staccato gunfire cuts your sentence off. The gunfire rips through the crowd and tears up the ground at their feet. A warning shot. No bodies hit the floor. But the guard who fired the shot is red-faced and screamy, and his weapon is leveled directly at the crowd. Back away! Back the fuck away! The muzzle of his weapon dips and weaves as he barks out orders. Those in the front of the crowd try to backpedal, only to run up against those surging forward from the back. I'm warning you! Clear the area now! Please, this is our home. Our families are still inside. This is for your own good. We're here to protect you. He gesticulates wildly, spittle flying from his mouth. You can't be here. Back away. This is your last warning. Well, let's try to intervene. Maybe we can defuse this, as I've mentioned. As you raise your weapon, the Tseng captain empties his magazine into the crowd. Ooh. They really are just gunning down everyone. Things just got a lot more complicated. But at least we're coming up behind them, so... Oh yeah, it is kind of shitty. Because, believe it or not, this is a replica of Kowloon Walled City. So it is absolutely shitty. That one. Very good crit there. And a little bit at that security sergeant. Very good. That's what I like to see. Shuffle away. Mana ball is a bit of an overkill, so chain lightning it is. So here, catch. Unfortunately, I didn't hit the other guy, so we're gonna do it regular way. It do be thunder and lightning out there. And another one. Oh. Come on, Rector, land another shot. Very good. Now, Duncan, will you be so kind as to nail that sergeant? Oh, you missed every shot. And Disappointed, so break out the tracer rounds. I'm sure that Tsang soldier will also have his fair share, like that. Ready for me to go offline? That would mean that either something hit my internet provider, or that I am out of power completely. We'll see how the situation develops. That's a 1. That's a 2. And that's a 3. There we go. Nobody else in here? Wait, there it is. Detonator. Wonder what for. We'll find out soon enough, I'm guessing. And nothing interesting over here, it seems. Considering this part of Catwalk collapsed. More demons. You hear the muffled sounds of shouting coming from the west. Multiple voices all calling out for something. You can't make out what they're saying, but they sound like they're in a panic. Great. Another one of those things. At point where we're headed to. I'm not thrilled about the prospect of wading into a nest of those bastards. Buckle up. I get the feeling that we're headed for a bumpy ride. First, however, let's see if we can help anyone in here. We even have a ley line over here to work off. A pack of wild-eyed civilians are trapped behind this makeshift barricade. You can hear them speaking, a maddening stew of slurred words and strange noises all mixed together into an unintelligible stew. Some appear to be crying, others are clearly wounded. A group of Tsang officers surround the gibbering civilians. They're clearly agitated, some as wild-eyed as the people they're accosting. Their body language takes you back to the corporate prison, and the years that you spent incarcerated there. This was what it looked like when the guards were about to remove an inmate from the gene pool. Penned up as they are, the civilians will be helpless to fight back. Unless someone lets them out of their cage, they're as good as dead. Take a closer look at the explosives. You scan the area. It appears that the only way forward is through this barricade. And while the Tsang officer is closing in, you need to make a decision fast. You spot 2 detonation charges, one rigged to the barricade, the other rigged to the bridge. It looks as though blasting your way forward will also destroy your only known avenue of retreat. If you do this, you could wind up stuck here. Still, it's worth a shot. Approach the fuse box to destroy the barricade. This fuse box looks like it's hooked up to the bridge behind you and to the barricade in front of you. If activated, it will destroy the bridge, preventing you from going back, but will also destroy the barricade so that you can move forward. Boom. The explosion is deafening. Waves of concussion crash into you from both sides as the bridge and the barricade disappear in gouts of flame. You stagger, and the civilians on the other side of the wall do the same. The Tsang security troops that were threatening them barely managed to stand their ground. Disperse, damn it! Get back or we'll open fire! The Tsang guard's voice is raw with panic. This is your last warning! The crowd moves as one, lurching forward with maniac grins on their faces. The leader, a skeletal man in his early 20s, allows his lips to part. He doesn't have a tooth in his head and his tongue is missing. The security officers stand their ground. As the screaming masses charge them, they open fire. Hey, can you not throw grenades at me? Thank you, stop doing that. Might as well patch myself up with that shamanic self. And yes, it is a very good music. The soundtrack for that one is exceptional. Guess we're cutting down everyone, civilians included. Like that. And another one. Oh, that's a miss, unfortunately. There. One, two, three, if you can stop at the flashbangs, that would be also appreciated. And hey, they are good for some damage. Revived, huh? Fine, guess we are focusing on saying commandos. I just quickly stand over here. And you are the one going down. Come on, one more. Ah. Fine. We'll do it your way. And another one. Alright, Koshei, can you start laying into the captain? There goes all of your armor. That's very good. Hey, I don't appreciate you coming over here. We were supposed to be saving you, and here you go, just being crazed lunatics. So, here you go, on the house. And a mana bolt on your heads. Sorry about that. How about you change your stance from water to heaven? That should be fun. Like that. I believe you should be able to start laying into that one. Same with you, Duncan. That one's not getting up. Now, how about an overwatch in this direction? And Koshei will finish off the captain, right? Koshei? You can do that, you good drone, you. We need to get ready at that one coming back up. Hey, what was that? Absolutely. Ooh, no, that was a crit. At least everyone is getting healed around here, thanks to the ley lines. Anything else you can use? No, you do have active defense. But that's not it. One, two, three, no. And yes, you have to go. Like that. Now, Koshei, would you be so kind as to start clearing these out, please? Now, anyone else needs a patch up? I'll guide you, obviously. Can we hit you with that chain lightning? I think we can. 92% chance to hit. Not at this point, we cannot do that. Because I am a mage, and that means I am not very good with shotguns. But if you insist, see what I mean? Just cut them down old style. Manual focusing. And quick bit of repair. Just cast pain. Sure. Yes, yes, I got the joke, not to worry. Now, can we? We can. Oh, I forgot to activate Koshei. That's oversight on my end, so I suppose we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way and try and nail you from there. Yeah, you go hitting your stride. That's what I wanted to see. Ain't nobody gonna break my stride. Like that. We can't go back, just as I said, or as the game pointed out to us. So in we go through here. You've been walking for that what feels like hours, picking your way through the claustrophobic alleys of the inner walled city. It feels like you're traversing a war zone. Dead bodies litter the gutters. Some have been gutted by gunfire. Others have suffered stranger and more terrible wounds. The rattle of distant automatic weapons fire rings in your ears, intermingling with faint screams of agony and terror. Well, yeah. Gets better and better, doesn't it? We have to fix this. We have a chance to fix this. Or at least to keep it from getting worse. Well, press on, of course. It is what we're here for. Ahead you can see a cluster of tank security personnel. They look to be embroiled in some sort of argument. If they notice you at all, they don't show it. Watch and wait. As you watch, one of the officers loses his cool, starts shouting, "She's here! She's here for us! I've seen her in my dreams!" What is here? I don't know what you're talking about, damn it! The security officer lurches forward with his partner, his eyes bulging. His body language makes you think of a wounded animal, panicked, terrified, ready to lash out at anything within reach. He shakes his head like a wet dog and focuses on the woman beside him. "I know how to keep us safe. I saw how to do it." He reaches for an object that's clipped to his belt. "Open your mouth." "You're crazy, man. Keep away from me. I mean it." She backpedals, reaching for her weapons, and shouts at the third guard. "Get back up! Who has gone insane?" Without a word, the third Sang guard takes off running. As if on cue, the ranged security officer takes another step forward. "This is for the best, Yang. Trust me. I'll do you first, and then I'll do me." Light shines on black iron. He holds a multi-tool clenched in his hands. You can see that he is configured into a set of pliers. "By the time I'm done, she won't be able to hurt us anymore." With a flurry of motion, the man with the pliers lunges at his companion. She drops into a fighting stance and meets him head-on. And it really does, fits with the game. He's gonna pull all her teeth out. And then he's gonna try to do it to the rest of us. No tears will be shed for you, buddy. Duncan, I think you can start laying into them from this angle. Especially here. Especially if we do it with an aimed shot. And another one. And I think Guy Chu can do his job as well. But only if he actually hits something. And manual focusing. Now, Koshei, can you start hitting that Sank Soldier? You definitely can. But 84% chance that we're still missing. A shame. You know what, that Manibolt one is starting to feel very inadequate. Maybe I should replace it with something better, but too late for that. At least we can cut you down now. Now I say that, and I immediately miss a vital shot, so... Come on. There we go. Apply tracer rounds, exactly what we need. Now, what if we try to hit you from here? That's not what I was going to do, so regular shots, that is. Switch position. Another aimed shot. There we go. And Koshei, will you please? Will you please? Will you please? Thank you. One more is left somewhere over there. Also, might as well patch yourself up a little bit. After all, I did neglect to do that previously. How far can you run, Duncan? Far enough. More tank security up ahead, but these ones are different. They're outfitted in heavier armor, carrying heavier artillery. They look just as adult as everyone else you've seen this deep in the slum, though. They hold their weapons leveled at a doorway leading into the inner walled city. Great. More of these assholes. What are they? You hear a deafening crash from the direction of the walled city. The noise is followed by an alien piping sound unlike anything you've ever heard. At the sound of it, the Tsang troops start screaming. Their faces have gone as grey as ash. You catch a glimpse of something moving toward you, something fast that seems to defy gravity as it runs. You have a split second to process this new information before the gunfire starts. Yep, here come the demons. Fun times for the whole family. Come forth. Summon 5 spirits from places in the environment. You guys have fun with the demons. I'm gonna just stand my ground here, possibly deal with this mage. Everyone's satisfied? Everyone's gotta be satisfied, especially once we deal with that pesky mage. Come on. I know it's only 57%, but you can do better. I said you can do better. Still 54% chance. Fine. Then eat a fireball to the face. Like that. Here we go. That's what I wanted to see. And that is what we all needed. Now we can shift our position a little bit. Here. You can stay put. Going to and Koshei can move up over here and actually use his guns for a change. So target head on that heavy commando. Target locked shot on him as well. And after that, they clearly take priority with us. Especially with the grenades. Rigger, can you at least target the demons first? Ooh. Now that one was pretty close. It definitely adds to the atmosphere, and I hope that nothing critical has just disconnected. Because I did hear the sound. Nothing yet, it seems. Now, where was I? Decent. We can reach that heavy commando and hopefully cut him down. Now buff me Koshi with servo tuning once it gets over here. Can't quite reach him, it seems. Fine, shift position. At least apply manual boosting. Now, I got no AP to speak of, so I'm thinking Duncan can stay over here. It's light cover, but it gives a good vantage point to shoot from. Especially if we go with tracer rounds first. Come on now. Surely you can do better than that. You know, I'm not even gonna be sorry once the demons rip you apart, because you are doing a bad job. some healing. Kaichu, can you please cut down that heavy commando? Like that. Thank you. Now onto the captain. Servo tuning? Sure. Maybe even a bit of a repair. Can open up with Repentier. Some armor removal, then Saw Blade Arm. Missed that one, unfortunately. But that's a good crit. And burst. Down goes the captain. Wow, classy move, drone. Should be firing at the demon like he does. Well, time to switch targets. And strip armor on you. Now what else do we have? Oh, Eagle Totem always comes in a clutch. We gotta cut you down. 1, 2, and 3. That's what I like to see. As for you, like that. I'd say we got this under control. Definitely under control. Can you nail anyone from this angle? Don't think so. Well, Overwatch it is. Let them come. Heal up Gaichu. Apply Eagle Totem. And Life Siphon on him as well. One, 2, and 3. That's what I want to see. Now, can you do something about that servitor? I'm sure you can. You just need a little bit more encouragement. Like that. See? You're a good drone. When you don't miss. One more shot, please. One more shot. Duncan. Duncan, please. There we go. Tagged and bagged. Or I think it's in the bag would be more appropriate. In any case, we are going through this. We're going into the center of the walled city. But first, some liquid refreshment. Wow, this looks decrepit. Indeed, some simps. Maybe even some gulps, if you will. Oh shit. Can we heal you? Maybe. In the clearing ahead, you find a sobbing middle-aged man amidst a pile of bodies. He's dressed in a cheap suit with a bright yellow tie, but the fabric has been smeared with blood. He takes notice of you and recoils. Leave me alone! Go away! As he tries to pull away, his mouth drops open. You can see that he is missing at least half of his teeth. Can't let them find me. Can't let them catch me. I have to hide from them. From her. Slowly, methodically, he begins to claw at his own eyes. Can't get free. Can't get clean. When my eyes close, I see them there, twitching, shaking like broken things. He reaches for you with blood-stained fingers. Please. Please help me. He's lost it. And shocked, probably. I think that I've seen the things that you're talking about. Crescent-shaped heads, twitching movements, drooling fire and pissing blood. Bodies like the gums of some huge animal. Teeth thrusting out of pink flesh like the thorns of a rose. Shaking, trembling, with their horrible smiles. His entire body begins to tremble. He doubles over, clutching his head and sobbing. The tears spatter down on the mangled corpses at his feet. We better get moving. We need to stop this before those things drive us as crazy as he is. What's with all the bodies? They came for us. The trembling things. I had to do it. They were making too much noise. I didn't have a choice. What happened to your mouth? We all did it, to try to keep her away, just like in the stories. It didn't work, and I didn't have the courage to cut out my tongue. The best way that we can help you is to stop all of this. He sobs uncomprehendingly. We did heal her up, right? I think we did. But yeah, this is definitely getting worse and worse. Civilians, tank commandos. Time to enter the heart of the walled city. The sound of the typhoon hammering down outside is nearly drowned out by the noise of evacuees fleeing their ordeal. The air smells of fear and bodily fluids, thrums with a bass note of expectation and doom. You pause for a moment in the eye of the hurricane. Ahead, the cancerous core of the walled city and its concrete-encased fortune engine await. No word yet from Mr. Tseng. Think he ran again? Raymond won't run again, Duncan. Good. I would rather not have a showdown with the demon goddess. Shutting down that machine sounds much easier. Let's continue clearing a path. Make it easy for him to follow. In we go. The deafening rattle of machine gun fire fills the air behind you, and a metallic tank of blood cuts through the stench of garbage. You press forward, wading through the block after block of insanity, chaos, and death. All around you, the walled city is descending into a churning cauldron of depravity and violence. The gun is of no use. You've tried several times, but there is still no word from the B-team. No sign of Raymond or of kindly Chang's tried soldiers. Finally, you reach the center of this hellhole, an industrial hatch with its door ajar. This is the place where Raymond Black built his infernal machine. A threshold across which Chanya, the queen with 1,000 teeth, clawed her way into this world. The walls here are thick, steel reinforced. Braids of thick cable run across the floor, and computer equipment, now hopelessly out of date, adorns every elevated surface. Something in the distance is calling to you. It's faint, but you can feel it. The bone-shaking thrum of an enormous machine. This is it. Prosperity. Just like in our dreams. The fortune engine has to be somewhere in this complex. Refine the machines and secure it until Raymond arrives. Simple enough. The machine lies ahead, yes, but so does our quarry. I can smell it, the stench of something from another place. Gaichu loosens his blade in its saya. The red lacquered scabbard shimmers eerily in the light. Let us advance and meet this Yama King head-on. I will paint the walls with her blood. Used to be a workshop of some sort. Let's see what we need to open this door. The door has been sealed. Looks like it's been shut for quite a while. Gotta be some way to get this door open. Which means we gotta look around. Some medical supplies for us. I'll take the shamanic salve. And another bit of medical supplies here. A regular trauma kit. Okay. Nothing too interesting here, it seems. Now, which button was it to highlight interactable objects? Aha. No, not Shift, not Control, not Alt. It was Alt. The terminal winks to life at you approach. It's still drawing power. Promising. Rector gazes across the screen. This terminal isn't password locked. The display looks corrupted, but I suppose that it might still be usable. As long as we can open the door with it, we're good. We don't need it for anything else. Let's find out. Sang Mechanical Services, Special Projects Division, Prosperity Admin System. Attempt to open the door to the Fortune Engine's testbed. Here goes nothing. You select the door controls from the computer's menu and command them to open. The screen flickers, then goes dark. Unfortunate. Perhaps the issue is mechanical. If I could take a look, suddenly out of nowhere, a wave of nausea grabs you by the guts and twists. It doubles you over, then fades. Duncan turns to face you, wincing. What was... As you straighten, you can feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up straight. A buzzing sensation washes over you, drowning out your companion's words and filling your head with white, warm static. In the center of the room, something blossoms into the world. The figure from your dreams looms over you, enormous and alien. The creature is beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, a thing of billowing silk and carved ivory. Chan Ya stands, still as a statue, peering down at you from behind a mask of sculpted gold. Smaller spirits take up positions around her, bowing their heads in deference. Duncan stares up at the enormous being, the color drains from his cheeks. Fuck me. It's really here. The thing from our dreams. Stay calm. We can handle this. Slowly, with a broad, languid motion, Chanya's body begins to shift. The crescent-shaped ivory horns that crown her head cut through the light as she moves, casting strange shadows on the wall behind her. You are here. The voice that pours out from behind the thing's mask is indescribably beautiful. The ones that are high and the tones are high and musical and seem to hang in the air long after she finishes speaking. You have come to us. In the corners of the room, servitor creatures echoed their queen's words, the garbled sounds piping through gaps in their enamel-lined carapaces. Come to us. We called you to you across the breadth of space and time, and now you are here, standing before us, just as you were meant to be. Why did you call to me? What do you want? We call to all who will listen. Her voice is joyous, triumphant. All are welcome in our court. All are welcome. And all are welcome in our larder. The Yama King spreads its arms, its movements full of malevolent grace. You belong here, slave thing, with us, now and for all time. Now this is gonna be a very dangerous moment. We cannot save here just yet. So if anything, we'll be rolling back to the autosave. But let's try and cut a deal with her. And then catch her in a, not a loophole, but rules lawyering. I'm not your slave. In fact, I'm here to make a deal with you. The hell did you just say? The Queen with 1,000 teeth lowers her head contemplatively. Her incandescent veil ripples like silk as she moves. Such a thing could be arranged, perhaps, if you are worthy. I am. Chanya's gown parts as she raises a forearm. Your mind rebels against the alien biology that you see underneath. The wet, glistening crenellations of flesh, enamel, and keratin that make up the Yama King's body. We will judge your worth, slave thing. Determine whether you are better suited in our court or in our stomach. We will test you. How do I prove myself worthy? Your part is simple. The musical tones of the Yama King's voice are high-pitched and giddy. You need only endure. It opens its arms to you, offering a view of the chisel-like teeth that protrude from its flesh. Saliva glints on bone-white enamel. All around you, the gibbering of the Queen's servitors grows to a fever pitch. Rakter stares up at the creature, his jaw hanging open in awe. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. The Queen with 1,000 teeth lowers her head and the unnaturally thick air turns rank and cold. Waves of nausea rack your stomach as a foul wind slides over you like mud. You will be tested, meat. If you are found wanting, we will rip your nerves out at the root and gorge ourselves on your flesh. Her musical voice builds to a towering crescendo that crashes into you like a sledgehammer. Prove yourself to us, meat. Prove yourself or serve us forever. Snuff out the flame. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna run around with each and every way. Here, activate, immediately overclock, and sure, servo tuning. Gaucher can do that as well, very good to see. 1 flame snuffed, 3 to go. Unspeakable horrors, gibbering nightmares, no longer just servitors. Should be good, right? It was decent. One, 2, 3. 1, One servitor down, that's what I want to see. Duncan, would you be so kind as to start laying into them? Do this is it? Not yet. After all, in a grand tradition of Western RPGs, we haven't talked the monster to death. Not yet, at least. But we absolutely need to heal Koshchei, otherwise he's in big trouble. Oh, we absolutely will. No doubt about it. One, two, three. Very good. 88% chance. Let's bump it to 99. Now Koshchei, snuff out the next flame. Start walking towards that one. Good little drone. And, yeah, might as well also start laying into them. Like so. Like so. Yeah, she just keeps summoning more. I see, I see. And, besides, she's immune until we snuff out all of the flames. That is also good to know. On the bright side, we can stand our ground against any servitors she throws at us. Nobody needs healing just yet, so we stay in cover. We keep applying pressure on her servants. Anything you can do? Not quite. Let's take a pot shot. Should have stayed out of it. Now, Gaichu, I'm certain you'll be able to reach us. At least reach that third flame. Like that. Anything else we can do? Does not look like it. Then, I suppose, Siphon Life it is. Vector, you stay in this cover. You, Koshchei, get close to him so that he can fix you up. There, expert drone repair kit. Let's see if we can do some damage. No, we can. We absolutely can. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. But they are... actually not even immune to Neurostun gas. At least her servitors are not immune. Good damage all around. Now, Gaichu, I need you to get out of here. Rector, in the meantime, will boost Koshei to all hell. And all hell will break loose. Especially seeing as Chanya is out of AP to act. Only 7 damage per. Over here. Maybe even heal up Rector. Gaichu keeps running up. Speaking of Rector, gotta get over here. No need to throw that flashbang just yet, so just shoot. Very good. One more good shot. And that's our first encounter with her done. I guess we gotta take those down as well. Fine. There we go. Very nice. You're gonna stop hiding there. Is there something I'm missing? No. Defeat Chanya. That's all we needed. If you can come a little closer, that'd be much appreciated, you know? But of course you won't do that. Not yet, at least. Just gotta stay here and wait for everyone else to come to you, like an insensitive asshole you are. Fine. Eat tracer rounds. And siphon life. This is gonna count as a flanking maneuver, right? If only we were to actually hit our target. That's not what I wanted to see. Neither should you. Then again, if we do this without any kind of struggle, what good is it all? Fine, guess we're doing it this way then. As you watch, Chanya's blast-marked and broken body begins to reform. Her gown knits itself back together, black blood winking onto the floor. Slowly, terribly, she begins to laugh. "You cannot kill us, meat. You have not even seen us." Her voice fills with mockery. "This form is but a shadow, a droplet of divine essence, filtered through a keyhole." Gaichu's milky eyes sweep across the room. His lip curls into a frown. "She speaks the truth, after a fashion. That crumpled thing is not Chanya, any more than those servitor spirits are. They are all small fragments of a single whole. The corpse eater sees. He glimpses us as we really are. Were you to behold our full magnificence, your mind would wring itself into pulp." The crumpled form of Chanya rights itself, begins to rise. "You will see, slave thing. We will show you a world not meant for mortal eyes. You will see." There it is. "Welcome to our domain, meat." Fanged behemoths and gibbering nightmares. "We've entered the lines then, gentlemen." This thing is called Chanya, the Queen with 1,000 teeth. Best to get as far away from her as possible, first of all, and then we can start formulating our strategy. Let's see, are you immune to grenades? Or other flashbangs? Immune, but unbalanced. There was this place here, almost there. Time to break out the high explosives. And a cheap phosphorus. Demons are not protected by the Geneva Convention, so we can go all out. Oh, but we gotta also take care of the servitors first, otherwise they will keep healing her. Especially if they pull tricks like that. Well, yeah, it is a final boss. Also, get your armor stripped. Let's see if we can do some damage. Well, we are doing some damage. Unload. That's one down. Two down. A shame you stand there and be a presentable target. Like that. Wonderful. %67% chance to hit. Come on. I should have seen that one coming. Well, strip armor. And you will need to go down. Absolutely. There. Hot shot. And even it was even a crit. Very good, Rector, very good. We're laying into her. You are not the boss of me, and I will see you torn down and cast back to where you are trying to crawl out of. Once more. Now, Rector, if you can nail that shot, if you or Koshei can nail it, and put her down, and keep her down, this is all that we need right now. All that we need. One more! One more! As the Yama King's body crumples, a cackling sound fills the air. Once again, her broken body begins to knit itself back together. The flow of black ichor from her many wounds slows to a stop and reverses, the viscous fluid snaking its way back up into the holes and ruptures that it poured from. And there its face. Projections on top of projections. All aspects of our divine being shed as easily as a lizard sheds its tail. Her voice is ripe with mockery. You cannot harm us, meat. But you have amused us. Chania halts, her crowned head cocking to one side. Perhaps you are worthy of an audience after all. Perhaps. Her voice trails off and her head tilts upward. From behind you, you can hear the pounding sound of approaching footsteps. As she falls into position behind you, Gobbet's jaw drops open. Raymond Black steps forward, a look of grim determination on his face. Oh, that isn't good. She shrinks back as Chanyas turns to face her. Her voice is full of awe and terror. That isn't good at all. I did this. I brought this creature here. He speaks in the grim tone of a man on his way to the gallows. His complexion has gone grey as ash. My fault. My responsibility. At D100, the Queen with 1,000 Teeth cackles with glee. It has returned to us, the Tunnel Builder, the architect of my ascendancy. Ascendancy. The creature leans in toward Raymond, its spidery fingers weaving hypnotically. The thing's robes billow like the bell of a jellyfish, pulsing organically with the rhythm of a heartbeat. You will have a special place in our court, Builder. You will stand by our side, exalted for all time, a living token of our unending rule, and an undying symbol of the folly of man. I have been a fool, yes. His hands clench into fists so tight that his knuckles go white. The skin on his face is flushed with the efforts of fighting through the stammer jumbling his words. A great fool. But I will not be your slave. I will stop you. The Queen with 1,000 Teeth leans forward, her movements full of alien grace. The gaping crescent of her mouth parts into a ghastly smile. And you can see row upon row of fangs. They run down her throat in overlapping layers, a bristling forest of glistening, sharpened enamel. I earned an audience with you, Queen. This man did not. She steeples her fingers. Their hardened tips click against one another with a sound like grinding teeth. You are bold, Meat, but you are also correct. We do not break our promises, and you have earned some modicum of respect. Chanya turns her full attention back to you, and the smile widens. You can feel it, deep in your gut. It tunnels into you like a lamprey, leaves you feeling empty and cold. In truth, you amuse us. Your persistence in the face of the inevitable is a pleasure to behold. And so, we have decided to grant you a rare honor. We offer you a deal. Janya. Maybe. Go on then. I'm listening. Our terms are simple. We want you to leave. Leave the chattel here to their fates. Forget about them. Acknowledge that they are ours, and then think on them no more. She gestures towards the door that you came in from. Leave the walled city now and do not return. Accept that it is our domain, now and forevermore. In exchange, we will grant you 14 years of good fortune. Your every wish fulfilled, your every desire granted. A charmed life, from the moment you leave the day that our deal elapses. You can do this? The Yama King cackles. With a wave of our hand. We have swum the waters of fortune since the beginning of time. It is a trivial matter for us to divert them. So, will you accept our offer? Will you take the deal? All right. Now this is very important. Not yet. I have questions for you first. You may ask, but do not try our patience. To trifle with us would be a terrible mistake. What do you intend to do with the people of the walled city if you take over here? You can't be planning to enslave them all. What any queen would do. We intend to rule them. Some will be pressed into service within our court. Others will be livestock. Most will live out their lives as if nothing had changed. Well, it may sound like a good deal, but once those 14 years are over, just like that, we're gone. So you're going to keep this place as hellish as it is right now. Good to know. The walled city will always be a hell of some form or another. The builder's tunnel machine saw to that. This site is cursed, now and for all time. Our rule cannot change the unchangeable. I'd like to know more about the spirits that serve you. Our servitors are not spirits, meat, not in the way that you think. They are cells of our body, particles of our own divine being, manifested in flesh to serve us. You're saying that you and your servants are all parts of the same thing? There is no I. There are no servants. We are all that there is. If you're as powerful as you say you are, why are you offering me this deal? Because we want to see what you will do. The ultimate reward dangles above your head. You can pluck it like a peach if you wish. We are curious to see if you will. I'm still making up my mind about that. Decide quickly. We are growing tired of answering questions. I've done some research on your kind. There are other Yama Kings, aren't there? Thousands. Each unique in all the multiverse. Each an unimitable form of life. You are one of many, meat, interchangeable with the others of your kind. We and our brethren are solitary, sovereign beings, demigods among beasts of the field. My curiosity is satisfied, Queen. Then give us your decision. Be quick about it, meat. This was an amusing diversion, but our patience runs thin. I've heard your deal, and I have a counter-proposal for you. Duncan's brow furrows. He looks surprised and uneasy. His grip tightens on his rifle. A counter-proposal, you say? How amusing. Out with this then, meat. Tell us what you would have of us. You're going to return to the place that you came from, and you're going to close the door behind you. She cackles, a long, malicious laugh. And tell us, slave thing, why would we do such a thing? What do you have to offer? Your life. I know how to tear open the tunnel that connects our two worlds. There is a long pause. A low growl emanates from the Yama King's throat. You would destroy yourself, meat. Condemn every living soul in this city to torment unending. The Queen with 1,000 teeth tilts her eyeless head, glowering at you. Her voice goes low and dangerous. That ultimatum is meaningless, meat. Opening the tunnel would not destroy us. It wouldn't even hurt us. You will take our offer or you will die. There is no other choice. I know that opening the tunnel wouldn't hurt you, Queen, but I also know that it would let the other Yama Kings through. The Yama King does not respond. Not audibly. But the miasma that fills the air seems to thicken. It grabs you by the guts and twists. Duncan winces. It's got him too. His eyes flash daggers at you. Why the hell would we want to do that? She isn't lying. We can't kill her. But I'm betting the other Yama Kings can. And we will have it! Zhang Ya's voice raises to a shivering roar. This place is ours! Leave now or be destroyed! If it were that easy, you'd have done it already. Chanya stands statue still, looming over you like a colossus. Saliva drools down from the ridges and folds of her body. The waves of hate rolling off of her are almost palpable. I've heard what you Yama Kings do to one another when you're angry. The story of the Nameless King. I'm betting there is some truth to it. A low rumbling sound emanates from Janya's chest. Her melodious voice goes sour. You would be condemning yourself to an eternity of torment. My brethren would not permit you to leave this place alive. You're going to destroy me anyway, right? So what do I have to lose? He's right. From our perspective, there isn't much difference between the one demon god ruling the walled city and 100. This place is doomed either way. So I've made a decision. If he doesn't go through with this, I will. You need to go back where you came from, or I'll open the choke on the machine and you can die with us. There is a long pause. Janya cocks her head, coldly evaluating you. A low rumble escapes from her throat. And what of our court? The slave things that have already been taken into our service. We must be allowed to keep them. If we are to retreat into the tunnel, they must come as well. You are entitled to nothing. By asking, you've already conceded defeat. I know your laws, Queen, and I will hold you to them. A low rumbling fills the chamber. Janya's hideous face contorts into a mask of rage, but she seems incapable of moving to harm you. The servitor creatures that surround her kneel in acquiescence. They look confused and frightened. How do you know? The music in her voice has gone flat. You watch the muscles of her throat bulge, but the sound barely escapes her. You'll spend the rest of eternity wondering. Slowly, gratingly, the Queen with 1,000 teeth bows her head. Her jaw is clenched and her breath comes in ragged gasps. We shall go back into the tunnel as agreed. We will leave the slave things behind. We are bound to obey. Holy shit, it worked. Moving against her will, Janya traces an ornate sigil into the air. It hangs there for a moment, shimmering. Then the sky tears open. Good fortune.
With the day I took you and Compton off the streets. I told you that the past is just a story. That if you can just accept that, your past loses all power over you. But we do what we need to do, to live with it, to live with ourselves. Either way, it's over now. I have you to thank for that.
Good. Now can we start tearing down Kowloon Walled City? A second time, please. That'd be ideal. You lead Raymond out of the Prosperity Chamber and are instantly caught up in a wave of refugees fleeing for their lives. Struggling through the panicked wave of humanity, you are able to retrace your steps and eventually reach Hawaii. Although the typhoon has passed, the scene is wet and chaotic. The newly homeless crowd the streets, dazedly wandering, searching for missing loved ones and nursing injuries. Relief workers are already on the scene, providing blankets and medical aid. Rescue personnel carry the stunned and wounded to safety. The entire area has been cordoned off by the HKPF, while knight-errant officers and the military peacekeeping force attempt to maintain order. You emerge from Kowloon Walled City to bustling clusters of activity. Refugees huddling together, staring back at their lost homes, government troops deploying from armored personnel carriers, news vans setting up remote camera feeds while reporters scramble to find the right angle for their broadcasts. The air is electric with the threat of potential violence as panicked peacekeepers eye the growing crowd of evacuating poor. Gobbet's eyes dart furtively as she turtles her head between her shoulders. This place is hot. The cops are swarming the place and that APB is still out on us. Just take it easy. Try to blend in the crowd. I want to have a look around. Not the best time for sightseeing, Val. The place is crawling with badges. Isabel lifts her nose toward a reporter interviewing someone from inside the walled city. Looks like we get to see a show, though. A reporter already has his hooks in someone hoping for a soundbite. The reporter wears a look of earnest concern like a coat of cheap deodorant. And is that when you started running? Yeah, it was bad in there. Shooting, screaming. I was terrified. And what caused this, sir? Why are people flooding out of the walled city injured and disoriented? The man stares at the scene around him bewildered. It's like everyone is saying, some sort of chemical leak. A drug lab exploded or something, caused mass hallucinations. The reporter turns to the camera and pretends to check his notes. There you have it, Sonny. Our third report of mass hallucinations and violence caused by an explosion in an illegal drug lab. And while reports remain sketchy, it appears that street crime is again on the rise. He half turns and sweeps his arm over the scene. As you can see, it's still turmoil and confusion here as police and executive council peacekeepers respond to the emergency situation, attempting to maintain order. But in all this chaos, in the maze of poverty that is Kowloon Walled City, we may never know what really happened in there. Back to you in the studio, Sonny. The light on the news camera goes off and the reporter drops his facade. He ignores the bedraggled man beside him and begins packing up his equipment. After a moment, he sees you looking at him and turns to you with a scowl. What are you looking at? Mass hallucinations? Do you believe that story? No, I don't believe that story. Am I wearing a t-shirt that says I'm a fool, feed me your line of corporate bullshit? No, but in my experience, the rest of the world is. Everything you see, everything you've been taught, every official you elect, all bought and paid for by the people pulling the strings. Yeah, well, no one's telling me what to think. No eye contact. He remains bent over his equipment case. Of course not, pal. You're different. The reporter finishes packing and stands up straight, brushing the wet grit off the street off his hands. As he does so, his eyes narrow. His gaze moves over your crew, flicking from face to face before eventually landing on you. Looks like you just came from inside. So tell me, what did you really see in there? A mess that Josephine Tseng never cleaned up. Why am I not surprised? No one even remembers that she built this hole in the first place. Not that it would matter. Jo Tseng holds this town by the balls. It wouldn't surprise me if she was running some kind of test in the walled city. It's like her little petri dish. Wouldn't surprise me if the whole thing blew up in her face because of low safety standards either. They test food additives, body modifications, pharmaceuticals, whatever some junior executive can dream up. Nothing surprises me anymore. Doesn't it bother you? Why would it? That's just the way it works. Do you think I give a shit about journalism? Do you think anyone does anymore? Everyone on this island knows that my news service is just a mouthpiece for the Executive Council. Hell, if you look close enough, you'll probably find that it's owned by a member of the Executive Council. People buy what we feed them because the world is changing and it's scary. They feel small. They need scapegoats to blame and authority figures to tell them what to think. My news network gives them that. Still holds true, by the way. He points at the TRID screen mounted on the side of his news van. And there's a prime example of an authority figure, Jo Tseng, rising star on the Executive Council. Just look at her spinning this to her own ends, talking about the humanitarian relief effort she's mounting. You know, your comm chirps. It's kindly Chang. Go ahead and take a comm. I'm gonna go before this scene turns into some kind of hot riot. It usually does. Hello, Auntie. Don't hello, Auntie me. I lost contact with the soldiers I sent into the walled city with you, and now these Tsengat assholes and government troops are all over the place. Get over here, tell me what the hell happened. Right away, Auntie. No response. The line is already dead. Isabel tugs at your arm, her eyelids at half-mast. I want to sleep. For about a year. I'm taking Raymond to the Big Texas. I think he could use some sack time too. We'll see you there. You better go talk to Auntie, Seattle. Basic emergency response supplies, low-end variety used in impoverished areas. A video monitor displays a live feed from the network's newsroom. It's a standard split-screen talking heads back and forth between a perky newscaster and a stately woman of indeterminate old age. The animated label under the older woman reads, Executive Council Member Josephine Tseng. And if you are just joining us, we are talking live with Councilwoman Tseng from her office in Prosperity Tower. Councilwoman, again, thank you for being here to help us make sense out of the conflicting reports that we are getting out of Kowloon Walled City. The elder woman nods with queenly composure. Thank you, Sonny. I only wish that we were speaking in happier times. Of course, madam. This is indeed a stressful day for the citizens of the Walled City. But who knows? The newscaster brightens, flashing the best smile money can buy. For one of them, it might be their lucky day. Stay tuned, because we're going to cut away shortly to this week's Gigaball drawing, where some lucky winner could walk away with almost 1 trillion new yen. The newscaster returns her focus to her guest, a look of practiced concern back on her face. Now, madam, you were saying that this sort of situation is inevitable, when masses of underprivileged citizens are raised in a world without hope. Exactly, Sonny. Without hope, these children are left to create their own opportunities the only way that they know how, by turning to crime. They are often brought up in single-parent households, without strong guidance to put them on the right path. They are surrounded by thugs and criminals, eager to put them to work in all manner of unsavory activities. And it's even events such as this one that call our attention to the plight of these poor, poor children. That is why, today, I call on my Executive Council colleagues to join with me in supporting a new project, Operation Hope. Under the auspices of this program, we will pull these children out of poverty and place them in loving, stable homes while their parents are rehabilitated, re-educated, and reinvigorated with a new sense of purpose. Oh goody. Privately owned foster homes. That sounds like a tremendous... It is, Sonny, and it will cost billions of new yen to support such a mammoth effort. But Tseng Mechanical Service is ready to lead the way through our new charitable foundation, Tseng for Hope. It's time for us to give back to the community, and... The newscaster puts her finger to her ear. Madam Councilwoman, I'm afraid I need to cut you off there. As always, you are doing amazing work for the people of Hong Kong, but it's time for Gigaball! Of course. Again, thank you so much for joining us and offering your perspective. We have been speaking with Josephine Tseng, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and frontrunner to the next chair of the executive committee. That's news to me, because most of the foster homes in our part of the world used to be government-owned, naturally. Well, first of all, let's... Yes, everything used to be government-owned in my part of the world. That is correct assessment. There's reliable Matthew. Well, time to speak with Auntie Cheng. The commotion from the streets of Hawaii bleeds into kindly Cheng's mahjong parlor. Triad soldiers bustle to keep up with their boss's orders. Couriers come in regularly, whispering to her lieutenant before listening intently and running off again. Auntie? As you enter, kindly Cheng is given instructions to Strangler Bao, who nods enthusiastically. She looks over at you and holds up a hand. Wait. And send Wong and Ho to snatch some of those medical supplies off the relief trucks. With all the excitement, nobody's watching them at all. She nods to herself, grimacing in satisfaction. There'll be a big black market for them over the next few weeks. Good thinking, Mrs. Cheng. Bao lifts a finger to his ear to transmit the orders. Then, when he sees you waiting, he inclines his head in 1/4 of an inch. Val, I figured you were dead. Last I heard, my soldiers had found you and everyone was heading into the walled city. Then things got out of control. She takes a puff of pull on her thin black cigar. Where are my people? What the hell happened? We got separated in the walled city. Found out later they were killed. Her eyes are hard little black buttons. Is that how you treat my resources? Soldiers die. That's what they're for. No. Please accept my apologies, Mrs. Cheng. She takes another drag of her cigar, exhales the smoke through her nose. So you do have something to apologize for. I didn't get your men killed, Auntie. She taps on her ash on the floor. Well, they knew the risks. They had a shot at moving up and they missed. Forget them. I've got bigger problems, like customers and tenants streaming out of the walled city, screaming for their lives, like the HKPF and those Tsang security shit-heels swarming the place. She drops the stub of her cigar in an ashtray. Now tell me what happened in the walled city, or do I have to get an acetylene torch and ask nicely? Raymond Black accidentally summoned a demon god. We had to put her down. What kind? What kind? A Yama King. Zhanya, the queen with the thousand teeth. Never heard of her. She picks up her bottle of foul spirits and studies the label. Her rusty mean voice drops low. But I know the Yama Kings. My grandmother used to try to scare me with stories about them. I guess that she thought she was teaching me something by scaring the shit out of me. I remember one Yama specifically. Fu Man, the serpent of the setting sun. Oh yes. Fu Man promised wealth and influence to those willing to do what was necessary to take it. The story of Fu Man spoke to me. All he asked for in return were 44 hearts pulled from the chests of those closest to you, while they were still alive. Hearts from random victims wouldn't do, so those who took Fu Man's bargain would better befriend others before taking their hearts, turning their entire network into a list of victims. Yes, Fu Man spoke to me, but I didn't listen. Strangler Bao leans in, his finger to his ear. My apologies, Mrs. Cheng, but one of the men you sent with the runners into the walled city is still alive. He stumbled into Wong and Ho as they were pulling medical supplies off a lorry. Cheng turns to you with an edge in her voice. At least one came back alive. Our man says that Wong Lon Fat is dead. He got shot up by the HKPF inside the walled city. Bao lifts his head and makes eye contact with the Triad boss. Our man saw it with his own eyes, Mrs. Cheng. That sounds good. Does it make up for your dead soldiers, Auntie? It wipes the slate clean, my darling. Oh, yes. You see, Wong Lon Fat was my superior in the Yellow Lotus. A 438. Kindly Cheng, black button eyes sparkle with satisfaction, born of malice. He was also a pig. Tell our friend Val what that means, Mr. Bao. A wolfish smile spreads across her face and her eyes squeeze into crescent moons of pleasure. And say it slow, so I can savor it. The death of Wong Lon Fat has opened a spot for you to move up, madam. You could be the next 438. Bao smiles. The effect is chilling. The gods help those who seize opportunities. Mr. Bao, put every man we have on this. Spread the word. Kindly Cheng says all debts to the Yellow Lotus are suspended for citizens of the walled city until order is restored. And no interest will compound either. Tell them that I have medical supplies too. And there will be no charge for them. Until the crisis is over. You're a pillar of the community. Don't be snide, Val. You don't want to blow my good mood. She raises her voice so the Triads in the room can hear her. The citizens of the walled city need clarity and reassurance. The Yellow Lotus will provide that for them. I may not have brought Josephine Tsang down, but I've got my career going again. She grabs her bottle and unscrews the cap with her thumb. Your career too, Mr. Bao. You will be my new straw sandal. Good partners support one another. Bao lowers his head in respect. You have proven that, Mrs. Cheng. This calls for a drink. The soon-to-be 438 pours 2 shots and the stink of kerosene stabs your nose like switchblade. She hands a glass to Bao, touches it with her own, and holds it there. Your loyalty and clear-headedness have proven immensely valuable, Mr. Bao. You are an effective ally, and I wish you great wealth and good fortune. They down the foul substance in one gulp. Looks like you two are moving up in the world. Yes, and it appears your fortune is changing too, Val. She pours herself another drink and leaves it sitting on the table. Remember, you have a mysterious benefactor, one who lifted the APB on you. Any idea who that might be? I don't have a clue, and I must admit, that bothers me. It must be somebody powerful. I can't imagine it was Josephine Tsang. After all, what would her motivation be? It's got to be someone else. One of Josephine's enemies on the Executive Council? I'll tap my network. Find out if I can. But that's for later. I'm missing an entire piece of your story, my darling. What happened at Prosperity Tower? Did you rescue Raymond Black? Did his mother wipe his memory? It was a hell of a fight, but we beat Sang Security. Got Raymond before she could finish. Impressive. You have become quite a Shadowrunner, Val. While you were in Prosperity Tower, did you find any incriminating data on Josephine Tsang? We found financial statements that get her in deep with the Executive Council. Enjoy. Kindly barks a laugh, and the cigar dances in her mouth as she speaks. Now I can take that dried up old bitch to the mat. The Triad boss pulls out a cred stick and tosses it to you. The number on the data readout is big, more than twice the payout of a single Shadowrun. With this, Josephine Tsang's days on the Executive Council are numbered. Bao, it appears that my fortunes have truly changed. She pours 2 more shots from her reeking bottle. Our partnership has become quite enticing, Bao. To my new number 1 Shadowrunner, may our partnership continue to bear fruit. To the beginning of something big. Kindly Chang watches you drink, smiling her serpentine smile. Then she downs her glass in one swallow and licks the rim. Now, before I get back to business, I must know, how did you go from rescuing Raymond Black to the walled city vomiting people? Ray made a magical fortune machine, but it suffered from a demon summoning glitch. Your foster father created a magical fortune machine? The Triad boss cocks her head, raises her cigar to her lips. Please tell me you have control of this device. Please tell me you brought it to me. Nope. Sorry. That's a pity. I'm sure there are plenty of people who could benefit from it. Well, this business has certainly proved lucrative for me. I'm in a prime position to be the next Yellow Lotus 438. I only lost 4 men, and I finally got something I can use against Josephine Tsang. And we got Raymond back. Then you did what you came here to do. And the gun show too. You've made quite a splash since arriving at Hong Kong, Val. Many Shadowruns completed in a very short time. The reports from our clients are glowing. Mostly. Don't forget that what we did in the walled city. That could have gotten nasty if it weren't for us. It could have been worse, I suppose. For some. For a while. Listen to me, my sweet. When I was a girl, there had never been a pandemic like Vitus, but in 2010 it happened. We'd never seen death like that. A quarter of the world's population disappeared. It was miserable. It pushed us to our limits, but the survivors moved on. And then the spike babies started appearing, and the dwarf babies, and then suddenly there were dragons and goblinization and magic, and every time in the world changed we got used to it. So if a demon goddess decided that the walled city was her new living room and you didn't, whatever you did, what would have happened? Perhaps the news would cover it until the next sensation pulled their attention away, but after a while, it would be drowned out by all the other crap competing for our attention. And that's exactly what happened in Dragonfall, believe it or not. And the demon in the walled city would become the new normal. Well, the new normal that is that the walled city isn't under magical influence anymore. Congratulations! The poor can return to their misery with no interference from magical machines or big bad things because of you. Now let me give you a piece of advice for the future, my sweet. Something Mr. Cheng used to tell me. Respect ghosts and gods, but keep away from them. It sounds like you almost lost your ass in the walled city. I think you'd best listen to that. No more demons from now on, Auntie. So wise. Now get some sleep. You look like shit. Tomorrow we'll talk about the future. Last time you told me to go to bed, I woke up a Shadowrunner. What happens when I wake up tomorrow? We get to work, my darling. You heard Mr. Bao. She dips her finger into her empty glass, finds the last drop of liquor and bring it to her mouth. The gods help those who seize opportunities. Bao, what's the status on those medical supplies? We did indeed save the city. Or at least a part of the city. The end of the main campaign is approaching, but after that we'll still have one more campaign to go through. The scene on the big Texas is quiet, save for the sounds of eating. Raymond and your crew are crowded around Gobbet's electric hot plate. Her cast iron pot simmers on top and they hold bowls of soup in their hands. You recognize the smell. Chicken-style soya broth, elbow macaroni, tinned ham, and a heaping scoop of egg-flavored mycoprotein. Raymond eats heartily. It may be the first meal he's had in days. I thought I said no team meetings without me. We made an executive decision. We were hungry. Figured we'd hang out a while. She looks over her bowl at Duncan. Besides, no one could sleep anyway. She means me. I'm too fucked up to sleep. Try not to think about Raymond. Wu takes an enormous gulp of soup, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. They're just keeping me company, feeding me and pretending to not be tired. Talking a bit. Sure you're not afraid of going to sleep and having another nightmare? No one's afraid and no one's keeping Gansho company. Isabel fishes a chunk of something out of the soup with her fingers, flicks it to the floor. I just thought we should stick together a while. Have some chow. Debrief a bit. Yeah, talking about all that's gone on. The runs, rescuing Raymond, the walled city, the machine. It's hard to believe we did all that. Isabel stares over her bowl at the wall of the trawler. Her voice is soft. Hard to believe we defeated a god. Demon god. From another plane of existence. Hard to believe that Josephine Tseng is going to remain untarnished by this whole thing. 20 years of misery. 20 years of suffering. For tens of thousands. Hundreds, maybe. That's the way it is. The way the world works. The powerful play their games and the little people pay the price. She'll see justice someday. She has to. But one thing doesn't add up for me. Why was Josephine Tseng so intent on shutting us down? Why wouldn't she be? You saw what she was responsible for. No, think about it. The HKPF snipers, the plastic man, all of the resources that she poured into capturing Raymond and hunting us down. I mean, she's already covered her tracks with that illegal drug lab explosion, right? So why not just let Ray do his thing, then cover it up afterward? It doesn't add up. I believe that I have an answer. I noticed it when I saw the Fortune engine again for the first time. A module attached to the machine. One that I didn't design. Module? A siphon. Mother was stealing it the whole time. The cast of positive key from the walled city. Leeching it for her own benefit. That is how Tsang Mechanical Services rose so quickly. From the minor company my father built to the powerful corporation it is today. It's how she got herself on the Executive Council of Hong Kong. She was creating her own luck. Not creating, stealing. It will be interesting to see what will happen to her company now that the Fortune engine is shut down. Maybe we should send her some four-leaf clovers. She might need them. Gobbet finishes her soup, lets out a little belch, and pats her stomach satisfied. She tosses the bowl in a corner of for madness and folly. So what now? Maybe watch it read? Anything on? There's always something on, but I say we bag it and get some sleep. Especially you. You look like shit. So I've heard. But first we gotta catch up with everyone else. Gaichu, Rector, Duncan, Gobbet. Anything new on Shadowland, I wonder? Yep, there we go. Thread Stormwake. Breaking news, report attached from Blood Meridian. In Usagi's wake comes relief and rebuilding. Today, Hong Kongers begin to assess the damage of Typhoon Usagi. We already know that we were lucky. Heavy rains from the storm's periphery caused minor flooding throughout Hong Kong, mostly due to clogging or overwhelming of the runoff control system. This morning, an aerial survey of the mountains has counted at least 100 new active landslides. The Victoria Harbor pump array successfully maintained harbor level near normal, despite very heavy runoff. At peak pump operation, the Energy Authority instituted mandatory blackouts in 60% of the zone, preventing the most severe test of the pump system in years. Almost no wind damage was reported thanks to moderate winds. 7 corporate citizen fatalities have been reported. Relief operations are underway to assess impact to the unregistered population. Total unregistered deaths are forecast to be less than 10,000. The Wuxing Environmental Office has issued a citizen advisory warning that all ordinary persons to avoid contact with storm-driven mud due to high levels of toxic runoff. The Executive Council has expressed gratitude that Usagi has proven a minor event for most of Hong Kong. However, the Security Subcommittee already reports several hundred cases of vandalism, looting, and incursion. We go to Captain Crate, Special Duties Unit, who has just received a unanimous promotion for her valiant work to protect Hong Kong's unregistered citizens during the storm. Unfortunately, Hong Kongers know well the pattern of anarchist and criminal elements using natural disasters as an opportunity for exploitation. Joint corporate and HKPF special duties teams today are fanning out throughout Hong Kong to bring these criminals to justice. I'm pleased to announce that the Security Commissioner has vowed to swiftly punish crimes which occurred during Usagi's passage. Any such crimes will be prosecuted as infractions of both zone security and of human rights. Cases will be tried before a special tribunal. Beyond the Free Enterprise Zone, extreme winds and major flooding are reported among the section of coast where Usagi's center crossed ashore. States of emergency have been declared in Guangzhou, the Sanshaozhen, Pingshanzhen megaplex, and numerous coastal communities. There are unconfirmed reports of a major casualty incident on the exclusive island of Shangchuandao. Click on our PDA notifier for breaking news updates on this story, including exclusive casualty footage. Brutal. There's a lot of hiding between the lines. Say what? 12358. I'd expect White Prism to be posting this. Kongming. White Prism and the Ammonite are currently whereabouts unknown. They vanished? They're dead? I don't know. Get used to it. Over the next couple days we're gonna find out a lot of people are missing. Holy hell. No, not holy hell. Typhoon season. Welcome to the cull. Chlorine gas spill in walled city. Check this headline just out. Meth factory accident during typhoon kills thousands in walled city. For real? That stuff's terrifying. Check this newscast out. Contrail. An accident at an illegal crystal methamphetamine factory in the walled city slums sickened or killed thousands of people during the passage of Typhoon Usagi. The incident created a mass panic in the tightly confined labyrinth of buildings. The release is presumed to be related to typhoon damage. The hydrogen chloride gas was released from an industrial-scale superlab, which was being operated by the so-called Yellow Lotus organized crime syndicate. The gas combines with moisture to produce hydrochloric acid, chemically burning the respiratory systems of those who breathe it. Death is typically by asphyxiation. A civil response team from Tsang Mechanical Services responded to the event, destroying the factory and providing medical treatment to survivors. Tsang has not yet released an official estimate of casualties. Tsang's CEO and well-known philanthropist Josephine Tsang personally spoke at a press conference. As long as we allow socio-economic conditions to persist that trap millions of people in poverty, these events will continue to occur. The desperate choose paths of social and environmental crime because they have made little practical choice. It is our duty as Hong Kongers to ultimately forge a better future for all of our residents. We are extraordinarily lucky that this incident turned out as well as it did. First in our analysis panel, we go to our economic analyst Jonathan Chow. Dr. Chow is trapped at home by storm damage and joins us by audio only. Dr. Chow, are you there? And are you and your family all right? Yes, thank you. We are all fine. Although, let me tell you, my gardeners will have their work cut out for them. Dr. Chow, getting down to business. What's your assessment of this announcement by Miss Tsang? This is typical Josephine Tsang antics. She's spending resources and risking the lives of a response team trying to help the very people who shelter and patronize this kind of drug production. This week it's a methamphetamine lab, next week it'll be a BTL factory solvent spill, the week after that, more riots. When do we say enough is enough? Mrs. Tsang should be exercising her fiduciary responsibility to her shareholders, not hand-wringing over people who won't help themselves. Yeah, sure thing. No paid data to post, so we can log off and catch up with everyone else. Starting with Ractor. Rector eyes you impassively. He wears an easy smile, but his eyes are as cold and unfeeling as Koshchei's sensors. Well, my friend, quite an evening. We fought and treated with an extra-dimensional being, prevented her from nesting in the walled city, and shut down a machine that was twisting fate itself. A rather impressive list of accomplishments, wouldn't you say? I'll take it. Yes, my friend. Yes, of course you will. So what's next for you, Rector? Why, I'll remain here in Hawaii, of course. This place is perfect for my needs. I can easily acquire any materials that I might need, and with your help, I have acquired a certain level of proficiency at evading the police. This will be the test bed for future of our species, the birthplace of a new form of life, and I will help to usher it into the world. You know how that sounds, right? And you know what I am, what I can do. You will be here beside me when the time comes, yes? I won't try to stop you. That's as far as I'll go. Fair enough. Perhaps not the answer that I was hoping for, but so long as you don't stand in my way, there won't be a problem. Be well, my friend, and rest while you can. There is more looming on the horizon that you could possibly dream of. Post-Human. Complete Rector's storyline. Gaichu is in the process of cleaning his cabin as you enter. Using a small hand broom, he sweeps dust and debris about into small piles. Sensing your arrival, however, he pauses. It is not every day that one can say they fought an ancient god, and won. The ghoul folds his arms across his chest as a thin smile graces his lips. It is an unbelievable story. I have a hard time believing it myself. It all seems like a dream. I feel somewhat the same. Perhaps it is the supernatural nature of the Yama Kings, or its own tendency to compartmentalize. Regardless, it did happen, and we survived. A challenge worthy of legend. How do you feel about being part of that? I feel like I could take on the world. Given what I have seen, the world might not win. You have a singular level of drive and focus, the kind of intensity rarely seen. Just let me know when you decide to topple the corporate court. I suspect I will need to prepare myself if I am to keep up. I'm glad you're part of the team, Gaichu. Excellent. Then I think I will get to cleaning, and if you need me for anything, well, you know where to find me. Yes, Gaichu is indeed chuffed that he took on a god, even as part of a team, and won. Duncan, are you holding up with Raymond? You enter to find Wu setting up a little nest on the floor of his cabin, and using an old tarp for a blanket and a duffel bag for a pillow. Before you ask, this is for me. Raymond gets the bunk. Raymond looks around the cabin with some apprehension. He sniffs the air and his nose wrinkles. This is where you live? It has its own unique charm. We call it the Big Texas. Big Texas. Yes. Charming. I am so sorry that you had to follow me. Had to go through what you did. Live like this. To help me. You're my father, Raymond. Of course I came. It is good to hear you say that. And I'm glad you were here. Especially at the end. I still can't believe what you did. The way you stood up to her. Yeah, I have to admit, I was pretty impressive. It is good to see some things have not changed. Even after all that has happened, I still find it hard to believe that Mother did those things. What exactly was she doing to your brain, Raymond? You know she was altering your memories. One memory. Just one. She was going to make me believe that my fortune engine never worked. That my theory was wrong, and that was why she cancelled prosperity. It was the smallest, simplest change she could think of. The most believable. What will happen to your memories of living in Seattle? Would it wipe out our entire history together? Too complicated. I would still go to Seattle, still run away. But it would be because of my loss of face at having failed in front of all my subordinates. Instead of... Lucky thing for us that you did come to Seattle. Well, maybe not for Valery here. He had a harder road than me. So I understand. Duncan tells me that you were imprisoned for a long time. I had no idea. Yeah, I was locked down hard. No communication with the outside world. That would explain a great deal. I misjudged you for many years. I was wrong. Did that really just happen? Did Ray just say he was wrong? Yep, first time for everything. It appears that we both have gaps in what we know about the other's past. I want to take the time to fill them in. For years, I worked to help you to develop a strong sense of self-identity. Wanted you to know who you were, live a genuine life. Perhaps because I was living a lie. Now that you are older, have been through so much, I must ask, who are you? Do you know? I am still Valery Chernigov, on the inside anyway. And part of me is still Edward Tseng, on the inside. Okay, Raymond, you need to rest. Tomorrow I'll take you to see a guy named Ambrose. He might be able to help you with that stutter. Then maybe we'll get dim sum together like we used to. The three of us. I'd like that. Dim sum sounds good. Let's see how I feel tomorrow. Gobbet Soup does not agree with me. Raymond sits down in Wu's bunk and closes his eyes. A moment later, he begins snoring softly. I don't know what to think about him anymore. I don't know what to think about any of this. What do you think of staying a runner, Duncan? That's the life for you? Wu rubs his eyes, begins unbuckling his ammo belt. Oh crap, I don't know. It's too late to think. I'll probably just do what I've been doing since we arrived here. Follow your lead. He pulls his armor over his head and drops it on the bed. Now get out of here. I've got a date with a duffel bag pillow. Up to Isabel and Gobbet. Isabel looks up at you, a troubled expression on her face. If she's found any peace from your victory in the walled city, she isn't showing it. Well, we did it. Zhanya is gone, and we never have to set foot in the walled city again. She tries on a smile. It falls away a moment later. I guess that I don't need those memories anymore. Don't you? They're a part of you, after all. So is a kidney stone. Doesn't mean that you want to hang on to it. But in all seriousness, something is holding me back. These memories are like torture, but deleting them doesn't feel right, and I don't know why. Look, if you delete those memories, you'll be doing to yourself what Josephine Tsang was trying to do to Raymond. She says nothing, just stares. A moment later, she nods. Yeah, that's what I'd be doing. Changing my past through omission and rewriting my present by doing it. I think that it's a form of self-mutilation. It makes me feel uneasy. They're ultimately your memories, Isabel. Do what you want with them. You have no one to answer to but yourself. Memory Lane. Complete Isabel's storyline. Yeah, I know. And I want to be sure that I can live with whatever decision I do make. I'm thinking maybe I'll sleep on it. I think that's a good call. It's been a big day. Yeah, a bit. You can probably use the rest too. Good night, Val, and rest well. You've earned it. Soon, Isabel, soon. We'll still gotta catch up with Gobbet, and then we'll go to sleep. As you enter Gobbet's cabin, you find her sipping from an enormous mug. Something dark and steamy sloshes as she lowers the vessel. Her rats squeak happily from their perches on her shoulders. That was a hell of a thing, wasn't it? I fought a Yama King and we won. I'd say that it's time for a celebration. Got anything to drink around here? Sure do. But if you think I'm breaking it out tonight, you're crazy. I'm exhausted, Seattle. I don't think that I can keep my eyes open for much longer. If you're gonna celebrate our victory in style, I don't want to pass out at the 10-minute mark. You must be tired too. To be frank, I don't even know how you're still standing. Sheer force of will. Yeah, I'll bet. Go exert your will in your cabin then. We mere mortals need to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow though, right? I mean, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, Gobbet. I'll see you then. Yeah, right. Good. I'll see you then. She hesitates for a moment, then the corner of her mouth tilts up into that old familiar smirk. Oh, and Seattle? Yeah? Sweet dreams. Your bunk on the trawler lies waiting, patient and seductive. It beckons with a promise of escape. Go to sleep and end this campaign. You drop your head onto the pillow and hold the rough naval blanket over you. The big Texas rocks like a cradle, and moments later, you're wrapped in the comforting arms of sleep. There are no nightmares. Only shadows. The story of the walled city riots circulates local news networks for nearly a week. Few outside of Hong Kong care about the incident, and of those that do, even fewer care. By the end of the month, the city is back to business as usual. In Hawaii, the flow of refugees eventually slows to a trickle. Those who do escape tell stories of a terrifying demon goddess, finally driven away by the one old man and a rabble of outsiders. Their mad ramblings are generally met with pity or contempt. After the incident in the walled city, the unbroken lucky streak that propelled Tseng Mechanical Services into the limelight comes to an abrupt end. Evidence of Josephine Tseng's culpability in the walled city riots, as delivered by a reliable source, is aired on the Horizon News Network, and the corporation's stock prices go into a freefall. Within a year, Wuxing Inc. buys out, absorbs and dismantles the company, and Josephine Tseng is quietly filed away in a corporate prison. She remains there, buried behind walls of concrete and rebar, until she hangs herself 3 months later. Hawaii remains a safe port of call for smugglers, gangsters, and Shadowrunners alike. You are no exception. The Shadows here welcome you, in a way that Seattle never did. You've earned the respect of your fixer, your clients, and your community. And now that the APB on you and your team has been lifted, by parties unknown, you are free to operate openly in Hong Kong. This place is yours now. Your home. That's corporate prisons for you. We'll quickly speed through the credits. I think at least one person that worked on Shadowrun Hong Kong actually follows me back on Blue Sky. I certainly hope that they caught at least glimpses of the campaign, and that they were satisfied with the way I played it. Because I do agree that this is an excellent game. Some say it has too much text of its own. Also no, not a cola, just carbonated water. If I drink too much cola, my teeth hurt. As they should, after all. Not cola water, Charles. You wish. However, that's the main campaign taken care of. But we still have at least one more to go through, courtesy of Extended Edition, which should be somewhere over here. Let's see. Give it a second. That was an interesting bug. But there it is. Shadows of Hong Kong. Set in the weeks following the events of the main campaign, Shadows of Hong Kong will give you and your team the opportunity to turn the tables on a corporate police force that once hunted you. Through layers of corporate greed and urban strife, you will contend with dangerous enemies, uncover a deadly conspiracy, and cement your reputation as a prime runner. Assuming that you survive, of course. I think we can at least start it tonight, and then we'll see how it all goes. We'll stay on normal difficulty, and we'll import our save from here. So, the choices we've made so far are: you accompanied Isabel to DECCON 2056, you helped Gobbet defeat the Rat King, saving Cadmus and the others who retook the ship, you recovered Rector's grown self-repair technology and he implemented it into Koshchei, you've spoken with Rector at length and earned his trust, you invited Rector to join your team of Shadowrunners, you prevented Gaichu's death at the hands of the Wampoan elders and invited him to join your team, you chose to aid Gaichu in his fight against his old team but did not let him turn Ishida into a ghoul, you successfully tricked Zhan Ya into admitting defeat, banishing her and saving Raymond. Do we get a cutscene? No. Something is wrong. The last thing that you remember, it was the night of the Kowloon City riots. You and your team were running an errand for Kindly Cheng, recovering an object before the inevitable police response turned the city upside down. Everything was going well, you had the item in hand, and then... nothing. The world went black. A sudden explosion of pain behind your eyes jolts you back to the present. A nightmarish succession of dream images flicker through your consciousness like a strobe light. A man with a pock-marked face. Slim fingers playing over the surface of your brain, leaving a slug's trail of agony in their wake. A second figure whose face you couldn't see, digging with relish through the scraps of memory that your tormentor left behind. It was a rough night. And now, as your eyes snap open and adjust to the light, you find yourself in a reality that is a little more comforting. A single bulb hangs from a corrugated steel roof. The dim light that it casts is barely enough to illuminate the table in front of you. Your head throbs in time with your heartbeat, and each pulse gives rise to a low, grinding, stomach-churning discomfort. Heavy weights on your wrists tell you that you have been handcuffed. You squeeze your eyes shut and count to 10. The pain in your head slowly dissipates and your vision gradually swims back into focus. There's a rag on your lap. An old loin dishcloth matted with congealed blood. The dull ache that radiates from the bridge of your nose up and into your sinuses tells you where it came from. First, try to remember how we got here. Slowly, delicately, you begin to search your memories, picking at the soft spots in your consciousness like day-old scabs. You get another burst of tooth-grinding agony for your troubles. Eventually, the pain begins to subside and dim memories seep into the fore. You remember the distant reek of tear gas. You were on a job, an errand for Kindly Cheng. She wanted you to retrieve something, a stone of some kind. You remember gunfire in the streets, the sound of distant screams, the dizzying blur of asphalt rushing toward your face as you fell. And then, nothing. A blank. You screw your eyes shut and try to force the memories to the surface. A searing jolt of pain is your reward. With the pain comes a dream image, branded into your memory with crystal clarity. The first of your tormentors, the man with a pock-marked face. For a few torturous seconds, the image swims through your head, wriggling like an eel. Then, as suddenly as it came, the pain dissipates, fading away until it's swallowed by the relentless ache that throbs between your temples. In the distance, you can hear the pop hiss of a pneumatic door unlatching and sliding open. An enormous figure steps into the room, and the door slides shut behind him. You can just barely make out the silhouette of the troll standing across the table from you. Your other senses work to fill in the blanks. He's got a heavy build. The floor creaks every time he shifts his weight. The rustle of fabric over hard, sharp keratin tells you that he has prominent dermal deposits. He's also wearing way too much cologne. From the chest up, the darkness swallows him. You can't see his face. We say nothing for now. The room remains silent as he busies himself arranging objects on the table in front of him. A notepad, a mug of soy calf, an old ballpoint pen, an audio recorder. Finally, he looks up from the object and focuses on you. Good morning, Mr. Chernigov. The words roll in his throat like rocks in a tumbler. How are you feeling today? Did you sleep well? Aside from the fact that I spent the night bleeding into a dirty towel, I'm great. Oh, poor baby. And I thought that you Shadowrunners were supposed to be tough. If it's any consolation, the nosebleed was expected. It's a common side effect of magical interrogation. You had your people poke around in my head, didn't you? They did something to me while I was unconscious. Yeah, that's right. Our mage probed your mind while you slept. He lifts the mug out of the light and towards his lips. You hear a long, loud slurp as he sucks the steaming fluid down. Don't know the man myself, but I'm given to understand that he is good. Uses a light touch. Yeah, I understand. See you tomorrow, I suppose. I'll have to thank this mage of yours in person. That'd be a lot more intimidating if you knew who you were looking for. He sets the mug down on the table. Murky liquid sloshes over the rim. Besides, he was kind enough to give you a cloth to bleed into. He didn't have to do that. Yeah, I'm sure that he's a real prince. But your other mage sure as hell isn't. What other mage? I don't know what you're talking about. Your pal with a skin condition did mess up my nose. It was the other one, the second mage. I couldn't see a face. Must be a figment of your imagination. It happens sometimes. The brain invents details to try and make sense of what's happening to it. Give it a few days and the confusion should fade away. You'll see. Somehow I don't find your argument very convincing. We don't even have two mages on site, Val. There is no way that you get scanned twice. But hey, believe what you want. Don't let it distract you, though. We got work to do. Now let's get to it, shall we? He shuffles his papers, flips open the notebook on the table with the tip of his pen. Run me through what happened last night. Your mage has already dredged through my memories. You know everything that I do. He pulled a lot of facts from your brain, it's true, but they're all jumbled. It'd take a lot of guesswork on our part to piece them together into a coherent narrative. You cooperate with us, tell us the story as you remember it, and you can spare us some of that work. That'll be good for you in the long term. If you lie to me, though, well, just don't. I'll know it. Now, if you please, tell me what happened last night. Just start at the beginning and take me through it until the moment that we picked you up. Hang on, I'm not saying anything until you tell me who you represent. Sorry, you get nothing until we're sure about you. Of course, the best way to ensure that happens is to cooperate with me. Tell me what I want to hear and I'll pass the word along to the people in charge. Alright, mystery man, if you want to go over what your people pulled from my head, I'll play along. That's the spirit. He turns on the audio recorder with an audible click. Now, we already know that your team went to Combat Pangs, the biker bar. That your boss, kindly Cheng, sent you out there to conduct a shakedown of some kind. The owner of the bar had something that didn't belong to him. Auntie Cheng sent us to get it back. Right, the artifact. He glances at the notebook on the table. Says here that it was a jade Kong from the Liangzhu period, dated back to 3000 BC or thereabouts. Sounds about right. And again, we wouldn't have even been there if Pang hadn't stolen it. Not the smartest of moves on Pang's part. There aren't a lot of fences who can move a thing like that. We've got it locked up for safekeeping, by the way. It's in good hands with us. Now, you said we earlier. That was you and Gobbet. She'd heard that Combat Pangs had really good bar food. Gobbet, the orc girl with a rodent fixation. Okay, and who else? Isabel, she was there. A dwarf, right. Quiet little thing. Alright, got it. And who was the last member of your team? Oh, come on, man. You already know this. Don't you have the others in holding somewhere? Just answer the question. Guy Chu, man, it was Guy Chu. The ghoul. You know, I can't understand why anyone would willingly associate with a corpse eater. The pen dances over the pad a final time, then stops. Your interrogator glances up at you. Guess it doesn't bother you, though. Alright, so Cheng sent the group of you to combat Pangs to recover a very old rock, and she sent you on the eve of one of the bloodiest riots in Kowloon City's history. Funny timing, don't you think? Not at all. We used the riot for cover. With all of the civil unrest in the streets, the cops were bound to be busy. The distant sounds of urban chaos rang in your ears as you led your team through a series of constrictive back alleys. It was hot out, sweltering, and the humidity left your body drenched. A bad night for a riot, but it made for good cover. You'd been making good time since you left Hawaii, and Combat Pangs was only a few blocks away. We're getting close. Gobbet's nostrils flared as she sniffed the air. Smell that? Garlic, onion, sizzling oil. I'm thinking chicken wings. You have a very selective sense of smell. For my part, I can taste blood, tear gas, smoke, and motor oil on the wind. And in the distance, I hear the sounds of crunching bone and the rev of V-twin engines, even over the cacophony of the riots. Yes, all of those things. And also chicken. The guy that Peng was working the grill is supposed to be some kind of kitchen wizard. He caramelizes the wings in fish sauce. That's what the guy at the bus stop told me. I mean, how amazing is that? I could go for some chicken. All of us could go for some chicken. See? Seattle gets it. The cops are going to be out in force because of the riots. We only fire in self-defense. Are we clear on that? If that is what you wish, then so be it. We should keep moving. The riots have provided excellent cover for our advance, but they will not last forever. The alleyway stretches out ahead of you, its claustrophobic confines seeming to converge together in the distance. Your team began to move. Retrieve the cylinder for kindly, get to Combat Pangs. Come on, man, hurry up! Yeah, the riots are getting awful. The bodies that had been reduced to a bloody ruin, their mouths were frozen open in expressions of silent terror. Your team gathered to examine the remains. These people were shot in the back. I don't see any weapons on them either. Somebody gunned them down while they were trying to run away. Bad night to go wandering. Speaking of which... Right, let's get to Pangs. We don't want to stay out here any longer than we have to. Otherwise, we might be the ones to get shot in the back. Stay where you are! Oh good, it's the police. Four, five. The HKPF patrol stared you down, their weapons held at the ready. In the center of the pack, a man in heavy tactical armor loomed over the others. The plates of his armor were emblazoned with the regalia of Hong Kong's elite special duties unit. One of the cops cupped his hands to his mouth and barked out a command. Hey! Hey you! Stop moving and put your hands in the air! Tough words, but he sounded nervous. There are a couple of gangers trying to break into a store just around the corner. If you hurry, you can still catch them. The cop blinked confusedly, then half-turned to the SDU officer at his side. Sir, should we investigate the... The SDU officer cut in. His speech was slow and languid. He sounded vaguely bored. Later, Constable, we'll catch the looters when we're done here, but look at this man's clothes, his gear. These people are armed criminals and they're breaking curfew. You have your orders. Whoa there, let's just talk about this, alright? The big man growled into his throat mic, his amplified voice reverberating through the claustrophobic confines of the alleyway. Open fire! So much for flattery, huh? Ah well, that's what I have Chain Lightning 2 for anyway. Let's see, mage, guard, captain. So 2 guards, 1 mage, 1 captain, and 1 sniper. Very good shot. Now, Isabel, if you stand over here and bring out your mini grenade launcher, it should be piece of pie. Minus the mage. Now, Gobbet. Time for the acrid fog, or excuse me, acidic fog, on that sniper's position. Oh, ways away. Unfortunately. Of course, they are also going in with the grenades. But that's not the first time we do that, so have another one. Come on, Gaichu, you can do this like that. Meanwhile, you, Isabel, are gonna continue pouring away. I do love it when you just stand still and allow me to hit you. And chip away at your armor like that, that's also satisfactory. Now, Gobbet, how about you go spray and pray? No, burst fire should be better. Like that. Like that. Maybe even flush that one out. And before I forget, bam, wham, thank you, ma'am. Down goes the sniper. With any luck, the captain is next. We gotta pull out the silver gun for that one. There we go. What's a police comlink? Without warning, the cracked and bloody comlink that you pulled off the body of the SDU officer crackled to life. A second later, a cold voice poured through the device's speaker. Constables, this is Crate. It's her, the cop on all the newscasts when the APB when you went live. Nightjar is dead because of her. I want all units to move into position and sound off. You will then hold action until I say otherwise. We will pull this riot down and restore the city to order. This riot is a response to police brutality in Kowloon City, Val. Something tells me that Crate's plan to restore order isn't gonna be gentle. We don't want to be out here when the call comes in. Let's keep moving then. We'll try to keep the distractions to a minimum. Good call. Even if we could handle whatever Crate is planning, kindly isn't paying us to kill cops. I mean, it's your call, but Pang's bar is right around the corner. I'd suggest that we just beeline it there. Might not be a bad idea. This corner. More cops, so we're just... This block was hit harder by the riots than others you've been through. The air has been churned into a noxious slurry of soot, ash, and tear gas. It was stomach-churning, beyond foul. Through the haze you could see a patrol squad of HKPF constables facing off against a man and a woman in shabby winter coats. The man was doubled over coughing, clutching a load of bread in one hand and a cheap pocket knife in the other. The woman was holding a small crowbar, frozen like a deer in the headlights. Both were clearly terrified. A half-dozen laser dots played over their bodies, projected from the sights of the constable's weapons. "Drop your weapons! Get on your knees! Do it now!" The knife hit the ground, clattering to a rest on the asphalt. "Please! Our house burned down in the riots. We just needed water and food. We aren't looters. We just needed to eat." Isabel leaned in to whisper into your ear. That's rich coming from a dwarf. "The cops can't see us through the smoke. They don't know we're here. If we give them a wide berth, we can probably slip past undetected. Those two, though, well, they'll be screwed. Personally, I'd prefer if we intervened. It's your call." The SDU sergeant's voice boomed out over integrated speakers in his tactical armor. "On your knees! This is your last warning!" Wait. "Please, you're not listening! We had no choice!" His voice trembled and he held the loaf of bread out for the constables to see. The flimsy plastic that wraps its shimmers in the lamplight. "I've dropped the knife! We don't have any guns! This is just a loaf of bread!" The SDU mage's amplified voice rolled lazily out of his speakers. "He's got a weapon, man. Kill them both." "Well, heard enough. We're stopping police brutality." The constable wheeled at the source of your voice, but you were faster than they were. You caught them flat-footed. If you gonna be assholes, I'm gonna be asshole too. So here, catch. And another one on the house. The grenadiers should be our priority, 2 of them even. 1 conjurer, 1 captain, and 1 mage. Huh? Of course they can throw them back. Of course they can do that. Gotta do this the old-fashioned way then. Okay, chew. Hopefully you'll be alright after I'm done with that. 1, 2... That's right, disperse. And the armor so far seems to block any and all incoming damage from the burn. I'll have fun with that asshole. Oh, and I'm gonna heal myself up. What about you? Come on now. Surely you can do better than that. You cannot. Well, not now at least. Geek the mage. And then that asshole grenadier. Because how dare you or your ilk throw back my mini grenades? Same to you. And there we go. Also, fog on you. Have fun over there. Ow. Can't heal up Gaichu just yet. Gobbet will make it happen. But there's your how do you do. I do hate it when you do that. Fine, strip armor. Oh, that's right, heal is currently on cooldown. Not to worry, we're still flying half a ship. Or rather, half a Gaichu. Let's see. Captains should be our priority, if we manage to hit them. Like that. I do like it when their guardians go rogue. Catch that manable too. Wonderful. And no, not healing up Isabel, that'd be a bit of a waste, so Eagle Totem. Meanwhile, Gaichu flanks and goes after the Primeval, right? Or the HKPF Captain, that seems like a more prudent choice. Come on. Come on. And reload. Much better. One more. Looks like we have to put down the Primeval after all. So be it. Just one more shot is all it should take, right? Right. Street justice. Kill the HKP of patrol to save the civilians. Let's go say our hello to them. The civilians blink up at you, their faces ashen. The man still hugs his stolen loaf of bread. In his terror, he's crushed it into an hourglass shape. We're alive! Oh, thank God, we're still alive! We've seen the police do brutal things here before, but nothing like this. They were going to kill us! Kill us over 3 new yen's worth of bread! Listen to me. The cops are locking this entire area down. We need to get out of here and off the street. You don't have to tell us twice. Come on, love. Let's find a place to hide until this blows over. Good luck to you. The police comlink crackled to life again. Great. All teams, ready your weapons and prepare for my mark. Do not, I repeat, do not move before you are instructed to. Anyone who fails to obey this command will answer to me. Await my instructions. Crate out. This starts to sound fishy. A group of middle-aged people in shabby clothing were gathered in the street, huddled together and clutching their possessions. They were wide-eyed, staring, some obviously in shock. The riots had taken their toll. A man with a patchy beard, the leader of the group by the looks of things, leaned forward, his eyes shifting from one member of the congregation to the next. His voice was low and urgent, his tone serious. Look, we can't stay here. Let's gather whatever we can carry, go to the barricades at the edge of town and show the cops our IDs. Once we can prove that we live here and that we're unarmed, they'll let us through. That's the plan. If you leave town, I advise you to sneak out. Stick to the back alleys. And whatever you do, don't approach the cops. The back alleys are full of lunatics. The riots are still going on all around us. There are gangers and looters and riot thugs. We need to get someplace with bright lights and safety and security. We are gonna go to the cops, ask for help. You can't trust the police. If you go to them, you're gonna regret it. They're cops. I like our odds better with them than I do with the people out here on the streets. If you need anything from your homes, clothes, heirlooms, valuables, go get them and be quick about it. We'll meet back up here in 10 minutes and then we're headed for the barricade. We're getting out of this death trap. NPC behavior. And there it is, combat pangs. Right around the corner. A lanky man in a skin-tight vest leered at you as you entered the bar. He looked like a low-level go-ganger dressed in Black Sun Boys colors. He stepped out in front of you to block your progress. "Bar's closed on orders of the boss." He pointed at the door that you walked in through. "So step on out of here, now." "I'm not going anywhere until I've had a word with your boss." He shook his head, defiance in his eyes. "No way. You don't talk to Combat Pang. You talk to me. And I'm about out of patience with..." "You're out of your league, son. I'm here on behalf of the Yellow Lotus." He took a moment to size you up, really examine you, and the bravado disappeared. Hey, I don't wanna..." He looked back over his shoulder toward the bar. "Boss?" A low voice growled out from beside the bar. "Fuck me sideways, Jimmy. Have I gotta do everything myself around here? What do I even keep you around for?" Eddie Combat Pang, the owner of Combat Pangs and the ringleader of half a dozen Kowloon City Go gangs, the Black Sun Boys included. He leered at you through a mouthful of gold-capped teeth. Pang was a living stereotype. The surly dwarf in the flesh, 10 tons of Napoleon complex in a 70-kilo body. "Alright, you won't listen to my boy? Maybe you'll listen to me. We are closed. And if you want to keep all of your fucking teeth, you'll turn around and go the way you came." "No way, man. You reopen that kitchen and you do it now. We're here for wings and breasts and thighs. We also want the artifact that you stole, because fuck you, that's why." "You heard the man, Pang. We want chicken parts and an ancient rock, and we want 'em now. With extra sauce and a bucket of lobster rolls and a whole fistful of napkins. Wet wipes too, if you have them." He wrapped his fingers against the bar. An innocuous gesture, but it set alarm bells ringing in your head. All around you, gangers began shifting their positions, their smiles growing ugly, hands creeping towards holsters. From somewhere in the back of the room you heard an ominous sound. Heavy footsteps and the scrape of something metal against the floorboards. "Kitchen's closed, sweetheart. Unless you want to man the oven yourself, chicken's off the table. But if you come back for happy hour sometime, I'd be happy to hook you up. Now, if you want the rock, I've got to assume that you're on Cheng's payroll. That true?" "Yeah, that's right. We've got her Kong and she wants it back." "Afraid you've mistaken on that front. Everything in this bar is mine, Buttercup. Mine. You're standing in my home right now. See all these people around you? They're my friends. And they don't take kindly to strangers who come in here trying to throw their weight around. Look, man, if we don't bring that rock back to Cheng, you're gonna have a war on your hands. Think you can take on the Yellow Lotus?" "If the old lady wanted a war, she'd have sent her soldiers, not a hired hand." He smiled at you, his gold-capped teeth glinted in the light. "Can't help but notice that she didn't do that." More shifting from the assembled gangers in the bar. Some of them looked angry, ready to start shooting and culling, but others were clearly concerned. Kindly Cheng's name carried a lot of weight in Kowloon City, and everybody knew the Yellow Lotus. The shift wasn't difficult for you to see. Pang could see it too. "Tell you what, I'm in a generous mood tonight, and I don't really need the rock for anything. Sounds like Cheng's got you in a bind, and you're gonna be in trouble with her if you don't bring it back tonight, so I'll sell it to you. Give me, say, 500 new yen, and I'll have my boys box it up." "I've got a better idea. You give me the rock, and I'll try extra hard to convince Kindly not to burn your bar to the ground." "I can't let you take it for free. That'd set a bad example to the boys. It's mine. You gotta give me something for it." "Oh, I am giving you something. My help in keeping the Yellow Lotus from murdering your entire family. That goes for everyone in this room, by the way." The corners of his mouth drew down into an ugly scowl. He took another moment to size you up, his eyes darting from you to each member of your team. Then he glanced back at his gangers. They were jumpy, nervous. His slab-like hands curled into fists. It's in a cubby hole behind the bar. Go on, take the thing and get out. More trouble than it was worth anyway. See? Reasonable, man. Just needed to find the right words. And we are out of here. Seems like an awful waste, all of this trouble over a stupid hunk of rock. It's Kindly's rock. That's all that we have to know. We'd better get moving. Something metallic hit the ground at your feet, cutting you short. A canister of some kind. You didn't hear where it came from. By the time that you could process what was happening, it was too late. The metal tube erupted, spraying out a hissing stream of concentrated vapor. In the distance, you could see a group of figures wearing gas masks. Not riot control cops and not SDU, but official-looking, wearing red uniforms. They were already moving in, beelining in your direction. If it's red, that something tells me that it's knight errant. Hold your breath. You sealed your lips shut, but the vapor crawled up your nostrils anyway. It was sharp, with a chemical taint that you could taste in the back of your throat. It made your eyes burn and filled your mouth with saliva. You stumbled forward, struggling to right yourself. It was a lost cause. The world went black. Your words ring metallically off the confinement room's walls. You've been talking for so long, recounting all the tedious details of your run, that your voice hums in your ears after you've finished speaking. The single flickering bulb above your head sways in an invisible breeze. Beyond the light's reach, your interrogator stands shrouded in shadow. You can't see his eyes, but you can feel them quietly observing you from the safety of his corner. His silence opens the floodgate to your thoughts, and the questions come pouring in. Were you brought here alone? With others? Most of all, what do your captors want from you? You've finished your story. There is nothing left to tell. It's his turn to talk. The troll lifts his audio recorder from the table and clicks it off. He stands in silence for a moment, looming over you, sizing you up. Then he purses his lips and nods. And that's when we picked you up. That's right. When I came to, I was already handcuffed and sitting in this chair. Very good. Thank you for recapping all of that for me, Mr. Chernigov. Your testimony was extremely helpful. And now that you've helped us, it's only fair that you learn something in return. Oh? What's that? The troll pulls an object out of a police evidence bag marked with the HKPF logo. A PDA with a cracked case stippled with day-old blood. We recovered this at the scene. Take a look and see what we saved you and your team from. Tell me, are you with the HKPF or did you break into one of their evidence lockers? We'll talk about that later. He sets the PDA down on the desk, activates it with the tip of his pen and slides it toward you. But for now, keep your eyes on the screen. Oh, and don't touch that PDA. You don't want to get your fingerprints on it. Watch the video feed. The feed is shaky. Whoever owned this device must have been panicked or out of breath. You can see people, swarms of people, including the locals that you spoke to on the street. All are carrying burdens of some kind or another. A laptop here, a knapsack there, backpacks bulging with shrink-wrapped food and bottled water. None of the locals appear to be armed. The camera wheels around and you can see a firing line of police. The man with the patchy beard is pleading with them, begging to be let through. He says that he isn't a rioter, that none of the people here are. The constable, faceless behind his mask, says nothing. The camera focuses on a figure behind police lines. Her features are instantly familiar. Chief Inspector Crate. She looks straight into the camera. Then she reaches her hand to an ear and speaks into her comlink. Her voice is loud and clear enough that you can hear it over the PDA's tinny speakers. All teams, you know your orders. Open fire. Put them down. An explosion of gunfire fills your ears. The camera spins crazily and you catch a panoramic view of bodies bursting like water balloons. Faces that you recognize from your trip to Combat Pangs scream for help and are silenced. The second volley of gunfire catches the owner of the PDA. You hear him shriek, watch the camera spin dizzyingly. You hear a sickening crack, and the video feed flickers and dies. The PDA goes silent. Without a word, your interrogator lifts it from the table and returns it to its evidence bag. You think that any of this comes as a surprise? The SDU has a reputation. Yes, they do. And under Crate, they've earned it. Officially, the Special Duties Unit suppressed the riot just like they were supposed to. That's the story that all of the news outlets are running with. Unofficially, it was a massacre. And if we hadn't pulled you out of there, you'd have been gunned down with the rest. You've got my attention. Want to tell me why I'm here exactly? Good question. Let's just say that people at the top have had their eyes on you for a while now. You'll get all the answers you need soon enough. The troll stretches, slips his pen back into his breast pocket and flips his notepad shut. Then he taps a series of keystrokes into his PDA, and the cuffs around your wrists go slack. The lights in the room come up, and for the first time you can see his face. And the badge on his hip. HKPF, standard issue. A laminated card clipped to his breast pocket states his name. Inspector David Yang. Okay, I think we're done here. What are you charging me with, Inspector? Nothing. You aren't under arrest. You and your team are here as guests of the HKPF, and you're going to remain that way until we tell you differently. Guest of the HKPF? You're gonna have to clarify that. Not my job. You'll need to speak with Chu and Lam for that. Don't worry. Don't you worry, they'll be sending you for you soon enough. Chu and Lam? Who are they? You'll find out. Well, yeah, not exactly rocks, but horns. He's a troll, after all. That's what they do in Shadowrun. The door looks solid. You can't see any visible doorknob or latching mechanism from where you're standing. Most likely it's barred from the other side. Examine it more closely. The door is made of heavy steel. It appears to be mounted to a set of tracks at the top and bottom of the door frame, designed to slide rather than to swing open. When closed, it sits flush with the wall. Your best guess is that the room you're in was built in one piece and that the door was later cut from it. Looks like we're gonna have to wait for the door to open. You calm yourself and settle back to wait for the door to open. An interminable amount of time later, you hear the sound of muffled voices followed by a dull thunk. The scrape of metal dragged over metal fills your ears. The door pops open, but only a crack. A sliver of daylight streams through from the other side. The sun stabs your eyes as you step from the interrogation room into the noonday sun. Blinking against the glare, the world gradually swims into focus. A familiar face greets you. Well, you're out. Thank God. They've had you locked away in there since we got here. True story. We only knew where you were because we could hear you screaming last night. She steps toward you, an expression of concern in her face. You okay, Seattle? I didn't hurt you too bad, did they? They had a mage, maybe more than one, probe my mind while I was unconscious. Beyond that, they just asked questions. Magical interrogation. Bastards are pulling out the big guns. The thing is, they should have been interrogating us at the same time, comparing our accounts and memories of the evening. It doesn't make any sense for them to question you for hours while we're all sitting out here. None of this makes sense, my friend. Rector produces a cigarette from his breast pocket and dangles it from his lip. Our captors are dressed like police constables, but this isn't central booking. It's a damned impound lot, and gassing you as they did is an unorthodox tactic, to say the least. How they pick you up, Rector? You weren't even with us on the run. I was taken unawares, as I imagine you were. Truth be told, I was working in my shop at the time. I'd rather not dwell on it, truth be told. It is a long story. You know what else doesn't make sense? The cops coming after us at all. I mean, the APB on us was lifted, right? That's what Auntie Cheng said after we got out of the walled city. It was lifted. The APB that Josephine Tseng had Crate put out on us came with a killer capture order attached to it, and they weren't paying much attention to the capture part. If the APB hadn't been lifted, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We'd all be dead, just like Nightjar and Carter. Duncan's back stiffens, but he holds his tongue. We should be dead now or in a secure facility somewhere. Instead, we're sitting in an impound lot. And not just us either. She gestures into the distance. At the edge of the impound yard, tethered to the dock, the rusty hulk of the big Texas rises above its surroundings. Heavy chains shake up from the secure moorings on the docks to heavy maglocks that clamp down on the vessel's hull. She isn't going anywhere. They didn't just kidnap us, they kidnapped our damn boat. And those of us on board were taken along for the ride. Rector takes a drag of his cigarette. The bastard didn't even give any warnings. They just hooked us to a tug, cut away our moorings, and hauled us away from the harbor. Can you shed any more light on all this, Seattle? I mean, did whoever you talked to in there let anything else slip or anything? The interrogator said that we were here as guests of the HKPF, whatever that means. Guests, huh? Yeah, sure. Back when I was with Lone Star, people would disappear sometimes. Get dragged off to black sites, thrown in cages like these. They didn't always come back out of them. How reassuring. Gaichu suddenly leans toward the cell door, his head cocked. An eyebrow raises. He lifts a gnarled hand, gesturing for the team to halt. Do you hear that? Footsteps. Someone is coming. Prepare yourselves. We are about to have company. A uniformed constable wearing a sergeant's insignia passes through a set of double gates and into a holding pen. She walks with an air of quiet authority, her face an expressionless mask. A pair of wary eyes fix themselves on you. Val? Step forward, please. Let's comply. She nods, raises her PDA, and begins to type in a series of commands. Thank you for your cooperation. Senior Inspectors Lam and Chu want a word with you. I think I'd like a word with them too. She nods, raises her PDA, and begins to type in a series of commands. That's the right attitude. Very good. In a moment, I'm going to let you out of this cage. When I do that, I want you to make your way to the command trailer near the edge of the docks. Don't try anything stupid. You're being watched. Yeah, I know the drill. Better get walking then. She punches a final button on her PDA, and the massive gates to the pen that hold you begin to rumble open. Go on, move. You don't want to leave the senior inspectors waiting. We are gonna be made an offer that we cannot refuse. The cramped confines of the command trailer are packed to the gills with security-rated technology. Terminals and surveillance packages, all stamped with the Mitsuhama logo, fill every inch of available space. Just ahead of you, a pair of senior inspectors, one male, one female, stand over a command console. The man offers you a friendly smile. Ah, Mr. Chernigov, you're here, very good. I'm Senior Inspector Andy Lam, one of the leaders of this task force. Thank you for coming so promptly. He extends a hand to you for a shake. Yeah, sure. The woman, an elf, retorts through a mouth that seems drawn into a permanent scowl. Look, Lam, I've got a bastard of a migraine and our guest is a professional criminal. You think that we could dispense with the pleasantries and get to business? Yes, of course. My apologies, Senior Inspector Chu. And as for you, Val, Chair, you must be wondering what you and your team are doing here. I get the feeling that you're going to tell me. Chu cuts in, rubbing the bridge of her nose between her thumb and forefinger. Long story short, we've got a problem, and you're in a unique position to help us solve it. This is a job offer. We want to hire you. Unique position, huh? You want to tell me what you mean by that? We need to gather information on someone that you have history with. Someone that we suspect of criminal wrongdoing but can't move on without proof. Pull up the file, Lam. Lam nods and his fingers dance over his PDA's keypad. He raises the device to show you what he's pulled up on the display. From the device's tiny screen, a familiar face leers back at you. Lam holds it to your face for a few seconds, then pulls the device away. You have history with this woman. He phrases it as a statement, not a question. Yes, that's great. When the APB went out on me and Duncan, she is the one who appeared on the trade to tell the world. Chief Inspector Crate is a highly decorated officer, a leader of the HKPF's elite Special Duties Unit, and within the police force, she is universally respected and feared. She is also the unofficial face of the Special Duties Unit in the Hong Kong media circuit. When they need a talking head for a news broadcast, she is the woman they go to. To her fellow inspectors, Crate is a hero and a role model. They go to bat for her without a second hesitation. The woman has a lot of pull. Hence you need for an outsider. That's right. Key members of the Executive Council believe that Crate is at the center of a criminal conspiracy within the HKPF. That she and her co-conspirators have been working as mercenaries under our noses, taking on illicit side work for profit and tarnishing the HKPF's good name in the process. This task force was assembled to investigate that suspicion. They believe that she's gone bad? Gee, what was their first clue? Her association with Josephine Tseng, funny enough, including the APB that Tseng had Crate pull out on you. You may be aware that your name was cleared, by the way, that the APB was lifted and your file scrubbed clean. Lam and I were the ones who made that happen. In that case, I guess a thank you is in order. That won't be necessary. That APB should never have been called out in the first place. Rescinding it was the right thing to do. Now, we understand that the prospect of working with a police task force could feel foreign to you, and I fully expect that you have questions you'd like to ask. If there is anything pressing that you'd like to know, I'll do my best to answer. Here's one. Why me? There are plenty of other runners in Hong Kong. Other runners don't have a built-in reason to want Crate dead. You do. Beyond that, you're the perfect deniable asset for this job. If you get caught or killed, the SDU will assume that you were there to get revenge for what they did to you. Sound enough reasoning, I guess. You really are the perfect runner for this job. What we pulled from your mind in interrogation confirmed it. We know that we can trust you for this job, and that's invaluable to people in our position. I want to know who I'll be working with if I do this. What are your roles in this organization? I handle the technical side of the investigation. Decking, information monitoring and control, surveillance network, that sort of thing. Chu is on loan from Mitsuhama Corporate. She is a cop just like I am, but her primary responsibility is safeguarding the company's image and financial interests. Mitsuhama? What does a Japan Corp care about some dirty cops in Hong Kong? The Hong Kong police force is owned and operated by Mitsuhama. The company is obviously concerned by what's happening here, so they dispatched me to help Lam lead this investigation. Consider me a corporate liaison, here to bridge the gap between the suits and the uniforms. Sounds thrilling. It pays better than walking a beat. Tell me where this impound lot is located. I want to know how far from home you've taken me. We are nearer to Aberdeen than we are to Hawaii. That's about all that you need to know. Secrecy is one of our most important tools for survival. We can't give you an exact address. How the hell did you get my boat here without kindly Cheng stopping you? What makes you think that she could stop us? The Yellow Lotus is powerful, but we have a navy at our disposal. You make a fair point. I wouldn't risk getting shelled over that heap of junk either. You and your boss are on the same page, then. Kindly Cheng doesn't want the Marine Police parking a sea panther off the Hawaii docks any more than anybody would. As highly as she might think of you, she wasn't about to risk a shooting war to keep us from towing your houseboat. I'd like to go back to Hawaii. You want to let me do that? If you choose to work with us, certainly, then when the job is done. If you refuse, on the other hand, well, that's a more complicated discussion. I thought you said I wasn't a prisoner here. Oh, you're not. But the thing is, you know about this task force now. That's a security risk. If you refuse to help us, we're going to have to hold you here for your own safety. You can go back to Hawaii when the job is done and Crate and her people are behind bars. However long that takes. That's right, however long it takes. Or you could just help us and be home in a day or two. Your call. Well, done asking questions, so what's next? What's next is that we let you go. For now. Take some time, think it over, and come back when you're ready to seal the deal. After you've accepted, we'll go into the details of the run. I'm not accepting anything from you without running it by my team first. That's why we're letting you go. Talk to them and tell them exactly what we've told you. We're confident that they'll want to work with us. They should be heading to the Big Texas as we speak. Fun name, by the way. Thanks, we picked it ourselves. When you've made your decision, come back to us. No rush, no pressure. We're not trying to coerce you into doing this. We're all on the same team after all. I'll talk to my people. No promises. As you pass through the hatch and step into the familiar confines of the Big Texas, you find your team waiting for you. Well, this is a hell of a thing. Gobbet absent-mindedly passes a rat from one hand to another. The rodent squeals and chirps in delight. You said it, Gun Show. Not our best day ever as a team. So, what's the deal, Val? Who captured us? Are they really cops or are we dealing with something else here? They're cops. Specifically, an HKPF task force run by a couple of senior inspectors. Knew it. This whole thing had the HKPF stink all over it. They can dress up however they want, but at the end of the day, a cop is a cop. So what does this task force want with us? Did they pitch their agenda to you? They want us to work with them to help take down Crate and her dirty cops. Really? That's interesting. What do you tell them? I told them that I wouldn't agree to anything until I ran it by you. Huh. Well, I guess that's nice to know you're thinking of us. So, what's our next step? We're about to find out. Show of hands. Who's willing to work for the HKPF? I think it's safe to say that we all are. I mean, it doesn't look like there's another way out of this. Plus, we can get revenge for Carter. That alone would be worth the price of admission. We didn't follow you through the walled city and test ourselves against the Yama King to let the police scare us away. Wherever this road may lead, we will follow. Sounds like everybody's on board then. We're in, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still haven't run this little plan by Kindly Cheng yet. You do know that we should do that, right? I mean, the old lady controls an army of thugs, and I can't imagine that she'd like these cops any more than she does Crate and her corrupt ones. Isabel gives a solemn nod. She's right. You should call Kindly. Bring the old woman up to speed on what's been happening here. No time like the present. You tap Kindly Cheng's personal comlink number into your PDA and hit the send button. A moment later, the old woman's face appears on the screen. Valchair, a pleasure to see you, dear. I've been worried sick. She swills something the color of rotten plums out of a highball glass. Now, would you kindly tell me where the fuck you've been? The HKPF gassed us on our way out of Combat Pangs. They're holding me in an impound yard. Ah, I see. You're calling me from police custody? They haven't learned anything that they didn't already know. In fact, they told me to call you. Tell me exactly what they said to you. Don't leave anything out. The people who have me aren't HKPF rank and file. They're working directly for the Executive Council. The leaders of the group are called Chu and Lam, Auntie Cheng. That's what the sergeant in the holding pen said. They're senior inspectors. Those won't be their real names, dear. Not if they're letting you contact me like this. Well, whoever they are, they're after the cops that were working for Josephine Tseng. No, that one. They had a proposition for me, Auntie Cheng. They want me to help them take down Chief Inspector Crate and her people. She lifts the glass to her lips and takes another slurp of the dirty, viscous liquid. They're after the filth who ambushed you then. The ones that killed Nightjar. And Carter. Nobody gives a fuck about Carter. You should know better than to interrupt me by now, Gancho. She dismisses the outburst with a wave of her hand. Now be a good boy and keep your mouth shut. Duncan clenches his jaw. He's clearly furious, but he says nothing. All right, I want you to go along with it. Tell them that you'll take the job with my blessings. I suppose that follows. You did love Nightjar. That isn't what this is about. She looks into her glass, swirling the liquid inside with a flick of her wrist. Not entirely. I've always wanted to get a runner into one of the HKPF's secure facilities, but it was never in the cards. Now, here comes this task force inviting you in. If you can avenge my sweet Nightjar's death in the process, well, so much the better. Understood? Any special instructions that you want me to follow? Be smart. Do nothing that could endanger the Yellow Lotus or myself, and report back to me if you see anything that could constitute a threat. Above all, keep your eyes open, and don't trust this task force of yours, whatever you do. I always keep my eyes open, Auntie Cheng. That's why I'm still alive. Good boy. Oh, and Val, I'm sure that the police confiscated the Kong that you procured from Eddie Tang. The one that I paid you to retrieve for me. Get it back. She thumbs a button on her PDA and the screen goes black. Well, I guess that's it. We're doing this. Kindly's right. This is an opportunity for us to kill two birds with one stone. We take down the cops that hunted us, and we collect intel on the HKPF. Then there is no more to be said. Gaichu turns away, his armor rustling as his body shifts. You go back to Lamen Chu and accept the job. I will ready my gear. Out of curiosity, anything in here, or have they cut our internet access? Here we go. We'll read through this and then I think we can call it for tonight. Crowdfund my Vladivostok trip. A lot of you already know me, but for those that don't, I'm IC Sasha, Russian native. I've been decking in HK for over a decade. I have a business opportunity in my hometown Vladivostok, and I have started a Pay My Way campaign to cover a no-frills round-trip ticket. Please support me. You're a pal and all, but why don't you just save up your new yen like the rest of us? Tiger Bomb. What's this business opportunity if it doesn't actually pay your way? Got any bonus funding goals? Panda Tax. Good questions, good questions. Well, Panda Tax, I hope to move back to Vladivostok. My opportunity is a contact with a megacorp that does not have a presence in that city yet. But if it works, it will be very good for my contact, and very, very good for me. Bonus goal would be a one-way ticket to Vladivostok. Solid. Sold. I'll be delighted to spread the word to everybody, and I mean everybody. I know. Transferring creds now. I see you're not skipping town without clearing your mahjong debt to me, are you? Bookish Betty. It's another one of my bonus goals. I see Sasha. I'm paying you a visit, I see. Some things never change, do they? Taking mystery box for sale. I've got a mystery item secured in a metal alloy casing, freshly liberated from a Yamatetsu warehouse. It wasn't taken before, but it is now. Since it survived a bumpy motorboat chase, I figure it's safe. Since I don't have the engineering chops to liberate it properly, it's gotta go to the highest bidder. Adeptitude. So it could be a beyond bleeding edge biotech prototype, or it could kill you. Have I got that right? Gustos. If you don't like it, don't bid. I do this all the time, man. People love surprises. It's fundamentally no different from a grab bag. Except for the possible death part. Seriously, who's plunked down new yen on unidentified stolen goods? I got the winning bid on a Fuji rattling container. Giant box of Allen wrenches. 1 point 2056. I won a vibrating briefcase taken from a high-level Ares scientist's office. Inside there was well, something you wouldn't expect to find in the workplace. Use your imagination. Party Tune 33. I'm gonna also go on Use Your Imagination. Ew. Anyway, it was in good shape, so I regifted it. And I'm out. Looking for romance. Wiry, handsome expat male looking for passionate encounters. Not picky, M or F. I enjoy hitting the night markets when I'm not tinkering with my drone or infiltrating a AAA megacorps. No smoking, no recreational drugs, in professional capacity, okay. Flexibility is a must. Sometimes need to cancel dates at the last minute due to gigs or incarceration. First aid skills a plus. Anonymous 9746. How's the dating scene here in HK? Just arrived in town? Got any tips? Where can I go to find that special gal? Data surf sub 37. Honestly, HK is better for fleeting liaisons than long-term engagements. You should check out Frolickin' Lan Kwai Fong. The music's loud and freaky and so are the clubbers. The scene can be a little rough though. I hooked up with this crazy elf there once and every time I run my hands over the scar tissue it really brings me back. It's not for everyone though. Plus I'm now partially deaf. Kanigeto whoop whoop. Have you tried Happy Valley? I'm not even kidding. Very intense long-term relationships can spring from the pearl-pounding thrills of the racetrack. Circuit Circus. Well, you can always try romancing somebody on your team, if you've got one. Shenzhen Joe. Shudder. Now that's a bad idea. Give me Matrix dating any day. To each their own, I suppose. Vultures in the Walled City. I just saw some corporate suits scouting around the walled city. Gentrification imminent and the rubble's barely settled in the slum. Hotpot 888. So the moment that life takes a turn for the better in the walled city, some corpse smells a profit and moves in. Appalling. Lantau Lin. Bet they'd buy up the tenements, tear them down and put in luxury coffin apartment complexes and a helipad so the well-heeled don't have to tread through the filth at street level. What about the Yellow Lotus? Can't see a triad letting a corp walled sit and demolish a source of revenue without so much as a whimper. Giant robots pew pew pew. So what's the thing? So that's the thing. Bao's guys are nowhere to be seen. You know, some red envelopes changed hands. Aggravator. New Yen talks, but the suit still brought plenty of private muscle. Clearly not taking any chances. Born in a UCIS. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. The world has changed little while we were away, as it should. And we have 16 karma to spare. Oh my. We'll have to think about that possibly a little later. For now, however, I'm gonna need to call it tonight since it is 2 AM by this point in time. Hopefully you've enjoyed the ending of the main campaign and the start of the expansion one. So once again, thank you all for coming, and I will see you all either tomorrow for our movie night, or on Saturday when we go back to Penny Arcade Adventures. In either case, see you all next time. Peace out.